you went to school for this. Did you have other career avenues that popped up along the way that potentially were, I don't want to say abandoned, but like,
Hmm.
the side because Kidlit sort of took over? Or was there, how much diversity in your portfolio was there at the time when you left school?
So actually I was a double major in school. I
Show
was
off.
in
Show
both.
off.
Hey, this information is ex important to
Okay.
tell you
Okay.
why I got here. But
Well, hello everybody. It's a Thursday night. It is 8 o'clock. I had to look at the time. It's 8 o'clock on a Thursday night. That means it's Gavin Doodle. And I am Mark Hoffman. Tonight our guest is Sarah Hwang. We got a couple of different books. We have Toasty, their self-titled first picture book. Here, super cute, about a slice of toast wanting to be a dog. Super, super fun. Let me see, scan over so you can see some of these images. And then we have a book that's part of the Dr. Seuss world, Seuss Studios. Gertrude Gish on a dish on a fish. Again, adorable. And look who shows up. Huh. Weird how that slides in there. And then we have another little board book here called Nom Nom Nom. That's super adorable. Little lift the flap book where every one of these characters, when you lift it up, it goes nom 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 nom. So Sarah's going to be joining us. Tonight I'm going to leave it up to Sarah to decide which piece I do. It's either this piece of houses on vacation, or a house on vacation doing different things, or elephants trying to cross a rope bridge and weighing it down. And so Sarah gets to choose which one of those is going to be the piece for the evening. So let me switch to my face here real quick. Oh, I should also, yes, mention mentorships. Huh? What does that mean? I'm doing mentorships with folks all summer, into the fall, into the early winter, December, maybe into January. We'll see. I'm doing them in 1 week, or I'm sorry, a single session, a double session, or a quadruple session. And there's price differences between those. You can find it on my website, I'm sorry, on my Instagram, or you can just DM me, and I'm happy to relay those to you. And then as well, my phone is trying to, I have it set up, let me do that. There we go. It's trying to turn down the volume the entire time on my phone. Let me turn up my volume so I can actually hear. That is going to be ongoing. So DM me. I already have a bunch of people that have signed up. Some people have done a single session. They're already sort of moved through. And then new people can slot into those spots. And I'm sort of there to help and give suggestions, critique, professional practice stuff, whatever makes sense for you. Otherwise, let's get our special guest in here. And we can have a lovely evening. Excuse me, So, let's see if it's as bad as last week. I hit accept. Oh, it worked first time. Hello!
Hello.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm doing real good because you joined me and we didn't have any technical issues. And
Yes, it
so
was very smooth.
that was, I don't know if you saw last week, but last week was a mess of trying to get technical issues out of the way. So, it's lovely to have you.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me.
Not a problem. We're fans of yours in the house with well, I don't even know when I first saw Toasty. It popped up in my feed ages ago. I mean, it's not
Right.
ancient. But it's one of those books that showed up and I was like, okay, I got to know more about this book just based on like the title and the cover alone is so mentally out there. If that makes any sense.
Yeah,
It
that's the
felt so,
perfect way to put it.
yeah, it felt so silly and like otherworldly sort of mind thoughts. And I was like, okay, that's my cup of tea. Um, so First of all, where are you coming in from? I forget location-wise.
Oh, I'm in Jersey.
You're in Jersey. Okay, wait.
Yeah.
What part of Jersey are you in?
I am in northern Jersey, right across the bridge from the city.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. Where are you located?
I'm in New Hampshire,
Oh, I
but
see.
my parents used to live on the New Jersey side of the Tappan Zee, and so
Oh,
they were northern New Jersey too. And it's I always
yeah,
ask New Jersey because it's like there's such range from it's a small state, but
it
range
is.
from top to bottom, and depending on where you are, it can mean different, like how much access you have to places and whatnot. But um, it's lovely to have you tonight. And what I want to do is I want to give sort of the quick spiel at the beginning, and then I need to hear some stuff from you. But tonight, I don't know if you've ever watched any of these, but it's basically just a conversation. There's no agenda. We'll talk business. We'll talk illustration stuff. But if you want to talk about anything and everything
Hmm.
under the sun, I am fair game. And I may ask you questions that are nonsensical, and I may ask
Hmm.
you questions that are very pointed, and I don't know where it's going to go. So,
Okay, I love
um,
that.
and I know I want to be respectful of your time. So, at any point during the night, you say, "I'm tired, I'm done." Let me know, and I'm happy to shift gears and send you off in style. But before we get started, I need to know two things because my wife is upstairs. That she's not up in heaven. She's literally upstairs. The way I looked up. She is upstairs taking notes for the night. And we like to document what people are making and what they're making it with.
Ah, okay. So I did watch a couple of your episodes, and well, knowing myself, honestly, I'm not a multitasker. I am horrible at doing two things at once.
Okay.
And so I decided to keep it very simple,
All right.
and I will just be doodling more
Okay.
so. And I think I'm just gonna go off of like a spontaneity, yeah, that kind of spontaneous energy.
Okay.
Um, so I just have like a list of prompts that I gave myself, so I'm not like just like frozen there. But I'll just like kind of just start off like with just like some basic ink line works, and then we'll see if I go into painting or if I end up taking out the iPad or
What materials do you normally? Are there brands of materials and stuff that you normally use? Like for the inking, is there?
oh, for the inking, well, for Gertrude, I used the Pentel brush pen. This one.
Classic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And then I just inked on a Bristol paper.
Okay. And then digital
Yeah.
color, I assume. Okay.
Yeah, I just scanned it in, cleaned it up, and then digitally colored that one.
What was Toasty done with?
Toasty was done on illustration board on it was with washed down acrylic.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and that one I just use like the basic like liquid text brands and um well since white and black was important, I just used a little bit more of an expensive one for that. I don't remember what brand I used for that one, but yeah, I made sure that the white and the black were definitely like well pigmented.
For some reason in my mind that was done with not acrylic but done with like traditional gouache, and I don't know why in my head that it went. I think because maybe it's a little bit translucent because you added a more watery base to it.
Yeah, yeah. So actually a lot of people think it's done in gouache.
Yeah.
Um, but I just at that time, like, cause I created Toasty in college, so I like my go-to material was acrylic paint. Um, and I was like, I don't know how to use gouache or watercolor that well, so I'm just gonna do what I'm most comfortable with, which was acrylic paint. But let's see what it looks like washed down, because I wanted that texture coming
Yeah.
in.
Yeah.
And so it's like kind of mimicking that gouache texture, but it's acrylic.
There's something about the like opacity that just gives it that vibe. And honestly, I think we're in an era, and I don't know if you've seen this too, but people who paint with gouache, there's a lot of people who switch to gouache or acrylic gouache, myself included,
Right.
who previously painted with something else. And so I was a big acrylic person all the way through school, and like
Right.
no
Yes.
one paints in acrylic anymore.
I
Which is
know.
and so it's one of those things where like I think there's probably just the era in which the book came out. People are just used to seeing gouache and just immediately jump on that. You know what I forgot to do right at the beginning of this is you got to tell us who you are and what you do.
Oh
I
yeah,
forgot that
okay.
part.
Hi, I'm Sarah Hwang. I am a picture book author illustrator. I am currently working on my sixth book. And as we have mentioned about Toasty, Toasty was my debut picture book. And then Gertrude was my latest book that I worked on. And it came out last year.
That's again for those that didn't see. I'll give some. Oh, of course I picked just like
That's the best spread.
Yeah, I just try to grab any old spread, but just so people can see the lovely ink work and colors that you do, and having to play in the Seussian world, but in your aesthetic there. And so the next book, is it more of a painterly thing, or is it an ink, or is it some other variation?
The next book is just, well, I usually use mixed medium, so it's like a combination between digital and painting textures.
Yeah.
And then, so it's, yeah, I think, well, for the next book, I'm gonna be doing the acrylic wash textures and then having some digital collaging and things like that.
Oh, okay, cool. So we can basically jump in. Do you the list of words, the prompt? I'm trying to get my feed up here in the background, which is taking a while. But the list of prompts, is it just single words?
No, where is that? No, I just kind of put, yeah, it's not single words. It's like party animals and things like that. I
Okay.
don't know, like
Can you
random.
list off? Can you tell us what the prompts are ahead of time, or do you want to keep it as a surprise?
Uh, I mean, I could mention it. It's very ambiguous. So yeah, I have, well, the first one I put for myself, these were more mental notes for myself. So
Okay.
the first one was, it's a socially anxious lion sketch.
Okay, so it's specific. That's not. You said it's ambiguous, but that's
Well, okay,
that's hyper specific.
that is the only specific one that I have.
Okay.
And then I have characters sheet, like ambiguous. Cats in a field of flowers. Okay, that one's a little specific. I got
Yep.
party animals. And then animals with shoes.
Okay.
And then characters in frames. And then I just listed a bunch of animals I like just in case I
Okay.
just ran out of animals.
I do want to at some point I got to pick your brain about why animals and shoes, because that feels like there's some hidden thing that you want to accomplish with it. But before we jump in, I do need you to decide for me which piece I'm doing tonight.
Oh, okay.
And so I have two sketches. The first sketch is this, and it's elephants crossing a little rope bridge in some sort of, I don't know, Indiana Jones type
I love this
environment, or a house that's on vacation doing vacation things.
Oh my
Vacation
gosh.
home.
Oh, these are both so good. Okay, I'm gonna choose the elephants.
The elephants. Okay.
Yeah.
Can do. This one, the house one, goes next week. That's easy enough. I'm going to put it to the side so I don't forget and put this up here. So I have to figure out colors and all that kind of stuff going forward. But we can jump in. We can just start making and talking. And I don't know what your camera setup is, but I have a feed here. For some reason, my feed, I might have to restart Instagram because it's just not picking up my feed. Not on my phone, but literally on my iPad. It's not actually picking up our feed so I can see the comments and see exactly what's happening as I make. So let me see if I can get that set up real quick. But why don't we get our feed set up or our camera set up, and we can just start working and talking.
Okay. That sounds good.
Beautiful. Mine takes a second to just do a little flipper.
Oh, wow. So it was on the same tripod.
Yeah. It's some people have more complex systems than what I have, but yeah, for some reason I can't get the live feed on my iPad. That's weird. All right, so I might be flying blind without questions for time frame because it is not kicking in of any sort. Let me see. Restart iPad.
I'm sorry. I can't do that here.
That was a little loud. I wasn't expecting that. Okay, so maybe if my wife or my son can come down and see if they can get it to go while I'm continuing to set up. So I'm going to sort of watch from my phone and just make sure the setup works on your end. But as long as your fingers come in from the bottom of the screen, then we're good. So what I need, I'm going to start us off. I always start off with sort of what I refer to as softball questions, which is essentially sort of talk to me a little bit about growing up and what it was like. Like, were you a kidlit kid? Were you someone who spent time always reading and things of the sort? Or is that something that came to you later in your career?
Well, okay, so a little history. Well, I grew up I was born in Korea and I moved to the States at a really young age. So I moved here when I was around like 6 or 7. Um, and like I guess growing up here, like first thing is that I didn't know I was moving to America when our family decided to move. My parents were just like, okay, we're moving, and we're like, okay.
Was
And
it the day of, or was it like, did they give you some lead time on that? Or was it just like literally you came home and they're like, okay, we got your bags packed?
um, I actually don't remember like
Oh,
how
yeah.
it went down, but okay, sorry. I'm talking right now and I'm like not drawing at all, but um, yeah. So yeah, I don't remember exactly how it happened, but all I remember was that I had no idea we were moving to America, and then we moved to the States. And then I honestly had a hard time like fitting in,
Okay.
just because I couldn't speak English at all, and I didn't even know my ABCs at the time. Um, so I spent a lot of time with TV and books, and that's kind of how I learned a lot of my English.
Was when you say books, meaning like picture books or meaning other
Pic
type of?
Picture books.
Okay.
Yeah, because I was really young, so and also just like understanding what's going on with the words and everything. Like I would understand through the pictures. So
And then with that idea of like, you said you moved when you were 6 or 7.
mm-hmm.
So
Yes.
you were starting kindergarten. So it wasn't like you were reading picture books at an older age. Because I know that there are people who immigrate to the U.S. and one of the first things they do is like as adults sometimes is pick up picture books because it's such a literal translation of word to image in a lot of cases. And so yours was like right in the wheelhouse of the age range, or at least it seems like it is. So it wasn't like you were, behind of any sort, I assume.
Well, they so I didn't go into kindergarten. They put me straight into first grade. Um, so I was the youngest in my class at the time.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah. Um, but yeah.
And then, so reading books was that, it's going to sound like a weird question, but was it
Mhm.
out of necessity at that point, or was it out of love for reading? Because it sounds, it could be either way. It could be I need to read to learn the language to survive, or it could be I also love it. It could be dual purpose at the same time. But was there a sense for you?
I well, I guess it's more so I liked reading and I also liked looking at the pictures because I would copy the pictures on the page, like drawings.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, yeah, because I like drawing ever since I was little. So yeah, that's so it was
And
like both for
with
me.
with the sort of jump into that, did you know early on that you wanted to go into art? Obviously you like drawing and copying pictures, but was that
Mhm.
something that was like, and for me, it was, it seemed like it was a fun thing to do, but until I was much older, I never realized that it could be a career. But then there's some people I have on who are like, oh, I knew right away. And I'm wondering, sort of, in your case, was there some premonition?
Well, for me, sorry, I am so bad at multitasking.
Okay, you're gonna get better. Trust me.
Okay.
The first like 10, 15 minutes might be a little struggle, and then
Yeah.
eventually it's just you working, and you remove the idea of the live feed, and we just talk and work.
Okay.
But I know I've heard this so many times from people that like it's a struggle to get going, and you do one and then not the other, but eventually it'll kick in. But if it's a real struggle and it continues to be a struggle, let me know, and I can try to work around it with some of the questions that I give.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I hope I'll get used to it.
You will. I promise.
Okay.
I promise.
Sorry, going back to the question. What was the question again?
To be honest, I don't remember anymore.
Oh,
It was.
did I know?
Oh yes. That's
I
it.
wanted to be an artist since I was younger, like as a profession, right?
Yeah.
No, I didn't know. I just thought of it more as a hobby. And I think it was in high school around end of sophomore year-ish or junior year, like early junior year-ish, that I found like that I was like, oh, I want to go into.
Okay. That's
Yeah.
the
This.
same age range for me, where it was like high school is the shift from hobby to and maybe that's also like you're thinking career at that point. Junior year, sophomore year, whatever you're thinking, college, you're thinking, what's the next step?
Right.
Now you went to MICA, is that right?
Yes.
And was that, wait, where did you move in the US when you moved? Were you in New Jersey?
Yeah, I came straight to Jersey.
And so MICA was, not crazy far away. How many
Yeah,
hours was,
it's pretty close actually. It was like a 3-hour drive from here.
really?
Yeah.
I would have expected more like a 6-hour drive, but,
No, pretty
and
close.
what was it about MICA that drew you in? Was there, was it the city itself of Baltimore? Was it, it's in Baltimore, right?
Yeah, it's in
Yeah.
Baltimore.
I just all of a sudden it made me think like, did I always just assume it was Baltimore? Was there something specific about the program or like your vision of the future that sort of brought you there?
Well, when I visited MICA, because I did a tour before I decided which school I wanted to go to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, Baltimore is known as Charm City, and I think there was a charm to it. And honestly, like MICA did really well in terms of getting students, I guess luring students in, because on the tour, I remember like they brought out like the whole carving station and like, all
Wait, what do you mean
that.
carving station? Like food carving?
Yeah,
Like,
food.
oh
Food.
wow, okay.
And I was like, wow, this school is great. And then, when you go into school, the carving station is gone. But
Yeah. I was about
yeah,
to say that they lured you in with false notion that you're going to have a beautiful buffet.
right.
But it's still a really well-known school and has, it has accolades from here to the moon of accomplished illustrators and designers and all sorts of stuff. And so,
Right.
was it a good ride while you were there?
Yeah, Micah was great. The professors were great. I learned a lot there. And I actually met my now agent there. She was actually my professor at MICA.
She suckered you. Did she have a buffet as well? I'm looking for people, and here's I have a lovely carving station under a hot lamp for you. When I got out of school too, my first agent was someone who was a teacher / agent, and
Oh,
so it was the same sort of setup. But we didn't last. Let's put it that way. So I'm glad that
Oh,
it has worked out in your case.
yeah.
I assume that made it also a little bit easier because you didn't have to go through as many hurdles, or not go through them, have to jump through as many hoops or over so many hurdles to talk to an agent even. Was
Right.
it immediate, sort of like, hey, you're my agent now, or was it something that it took years after you got out?
No. So actually, my agent, she wasn't agenting at the time,
Mm,
and she was just professor, and she was introducing me to her agency, Painted Words, which
yep.
is the agency I'm under now. And then from there they offered me the contract on my graduation day, and
That's a nice gift on your graduation day.
it was the best gift. Yeah. So it was like a really nice, yeah.
I mean, you already had the book idea for Toasty at that point, correct?
Yes. Yes.
But you had it been published, or was it just it was an idea ready to go to a publisher at that point?
Um, it wasn't published yet.
Oh,
It didn't have, yeah. So I think during that time it was in rounds of acquisition with some
okay.
publishing houses, but it wasn't like signed or anything yet.
And I assume your teacher was helping you through that process at that point already. Sort of, here's what to look out for, and
Right. Yeah. So it was, yeah. I feel like I got very lucky, honestly.
that's I think that's a statement that can probably be across the board to anybody in this industry of like how you come across an agent, and not to say that you aren't lucky, but I also think there's skill there. But everybody feels like, oh man, what a coincidence that I ran into this person or I knew this person that became my agent, um, over time. Um, was uh, the class that you had with your agent, was that something that was Kidlit specific, or was that something that was just a regular old illustration class?
It was Kidlit specific. It was a advanced book illustration.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense that they would be in that industry. Sometimes, like at the school I teach at, I have to teach a variety of things. Even though I'm in Kidlit, I have to teach other skills. Let's put it that way along the way. Um,
Mm.
and so you get out of school, and how long after does that book get picked up?
Um, it was not too long after. I think it was like a few years later. So I think I'm trying to remember. I think I was offered the contract, I think 2 years after graduation.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Was it, had you been shopping it that whole time, or was there like a delay in between when you graduated and, in the sense of, I'm just thinking time frame wise for those that are listening from afar,
Mm-hmm.
that idea of how long it takes from a book to go to acquisition or to go to an agent, etc. From when you start pitching it. Let's put it that way.
Um, from when I start pitching. Oh, sorry.
No, it's fine.
My brain disconnected again, like my hand and my brain and everything just disconnected.
I'm just thinking, like, in the sense of,
Uh-huh.
how long were you shopping that around? If it took 2 years, was that 2 years of consistent shopping? Or was that 2 years of, trying to figure out what to do, and then really only like 3 months of shopping it around? Like, what
Oh,
what level of engagement was there in trying to get that book out during that 2 years?
it was constantly shopping.
Okay.
Yeah, so it was with a lot of different publishing houses at the time.
And again,
Um,
for those that are new to the industry or looking at sort of jumping into this career, one of the questions that I would have for you, and this is something that, um, obviously would vary from illustrator to illustrator or author to author, but that idea of it goes through. Obviously, a book isn't picked up by the first publisher that you send it to. Often, it's
mm,
probably can happen, but it's not generally the case. It's generally gets shopped around to a few, or it goes up for auction, or whatever it may be. But that idea of, did you get lots of no's? Did you get lots of like, this isn't for us? What was the sort of feedback that you got on some of that early on?
Well, I think there was a lot of interest from the beginning, and it was very close a couple of times. But I think I remember actually there was a publishing house that was willing to offer a contract when I was in school.
Okay.
And but they wanted a certain change in the book,
Okay.
and I wasn't willing to fold at the moment.
Do you remember what the change was? Like, is it something you could mention, or is that?
Yeah, no, I could definitely mention it. And it ended up actually changing at the end. But
Okay.
it was actually the ending to Toasty. So in the original ending, Toasty actually ends up getting eaten.
Okay.
Yeah. So there was like a lot of stuff that happens, and then he ends up getting eaten. But I mean, the version that we see now is still pretty close to the original version, like the very first draft I had at the time. And I don't know. I was like at the time, I was like, it makes sense that he's eaten and stuff. And
And then
yeah.
what was it? Out of curiosity, was it you got convinced by the publisher that eventually bought the book, or was it some other sort of personal concern that made the change in the end?
Like I mean, I think it was a bit of both. Because by the time it was bought, like a few years has passed, so it gave me time to also think about the book. And I've worked on so many revisions of the book, and I guess by then I felt like, okay, maybe this ending isn't working for this character,
Yeah.
and um in
I
a
just,
way, like we don't want to just end it with like just like we don't want the story to just kind of end with like a funny like punchline or whatever, or like anything like that. um and so yeah, like and so yeah, like that was the first comment that was brought up with Holiday House, which is the publisher of Toasty right now.
yep.
Yeah, but yeah, by then there were multiple revisions of Toasty alive at the end. So, and by the time it was, I think actually, did I have the exact? I might have had the end, this kind, like the general idea of this ending by the time it was bought.
Yeah, but it just wasn't. It wasn't sort of solidified until the last minute.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
No, it's there. All of these like changes and sort of the revision process, I feel like it can be so varied depending on who the publisher is, depending on like there's some folks, myself included, where I think early on in my career I was very easy to appease the
mm.
audience, and so if someone came to me and said, we don't want this to be a toast anymore, we want it to be a carrot, and I'd be like, yeah, of course, carrot. Now, obviously, I stick to my guns a little bit more and say like, nope, this is the way it needs to be. But some people are like, they have that rebellious punk in them, who, yourself included, who can go, you know what, I'm not going to take that deal, even though it's in front of me. I'm holding to my morals.
I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, I honestly, like, I think, yeah, like, it would be a lie if I said it wasn't like, it was easy to turn it down or anything
Yeah.
like that. But
Oh, I'm not saying that.
yeah, like, but I think my agent helped me a lot, like, just in terms of, like, I guess, like, sticking by what I wanted to stick with and things like
Yeah.
that too, because yeah, I was a little bit more, I don't know, if my agent wasn't there, I don't think I would have like really like, like pushed back and or anything like that. I would have just been like, okay, sure.
Well, I mean, your agent at that point, or your teacher, or however you want
Yeah,
to refer to it, obviously is giving you permission to say, no, your voice is valuable in this,
right.
and you don't have to bend over backwards to appease
Right.
someone and sacrifice what you've worked on. And that is not something that comes naturally to a lot of folks that are trying to break in. So that's great that your agent was there to sort of give that support.
Right.
Whether it was that literal translation or not, but that idea of don't give up the thing you worked on just because of a little bit of money waving in your face.
Mm.
Now, obviously, you've had books since, and you have books that are going forward
Mm-hmm.
at this point. How much of a rebellious punk are you now? Going, no, I'm not going to change stuff. Like, do you? Well, I mean, I don't mean that in like a rude way or
No, no,
came
no.
across
Yeah.
rude, but I'm wondering in the sense of like, you've been in this industry now, and obviously your first book, as with most people, is a learning experience. You
Mm.
learn sort of what you can get away with. You learn a little bit about sort of how the industry works, etc. But now that you've been in this industry for a while, do you just assume everything's going to change on a book when you hand it in or when you sell it?
Yeah, I mean, I think I assume there's definitely gonna be revisions, and those revisions might be very different from what I had imagined, but I think now I'm practicing more of like letting go certain things because sometimes, you can get very attached to a story or
Yeah.
like a drawing even, like a page. I remember like even with Toasty there was a spread that I really wanted to keep because I just liked it so much. But at the end of the day, we were like, it might be best to just let that one go. And yeah, I think I realized that those things I need to accept.
Yeah. That
Yeah.
it's you like I always have the one sketch or the equivalent of the one that always gets me, and I don't know how this was for you in the process, but the cover is one of those ones that always like either um, they go the opposite direction of what I was thinking, or
Mm,
I mean, every once in a while there'll be a book where I'm like really really happy with the cover, but a lot of times it's no faults of the publisher, but like marketing, you have to worry about sales, and
right.
sales makes a difference, and I get it. I understand that as an element within said industry, but it always sort of that idea of the one sketch that I make that is like it's okay, but it's not my favorite, tends to always be the one that gets picked.
Mm,
Well, do I fight? Do I not fight? What's the
yeah.
how much of a hassle do I want to make their lives
Right.
by pushing on that? And I think, and as I assume the same for you, that the more you're in the industry, the more you're like, you know what, I want this book to be the way it should be. And
Mm,
the visionary, I'm the one who can do it, and so let me scream in their ear, or send 50 emails in a row to let them know why I'm right and they're wrong. Uh, um, I assume that you're a lovely person to work with. I'm just playing with I'm playing up the level of hostility, I guess, the way that I'm thinking some of this. What so you've been doing this for a while now. What is the like for you the um and when I say for a while, when did you graduate?
I graduated in 2017.
Okay, so pre-pandemic. That's
Yes.
good. You didn't get hit with pandemic graduation.
Yeah. Yeah.
A mess.
Oh
But
yeah.
and you've been basically working since what, 2019? Somewhere in that range?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so if my math serves me correctly, that is what is that? Oh no, 8 years, something like that. So you've been doing this for a long enough time to know sort of where you sit or where your how do I put this, like your vision of where things are going to go has sort of solidified probably at this point. If you were out just a few years out of college, I have a feeling there would probably be a lot of questions still of who am
Mm.
I doing? But have you figured out sort of what how do I put this without it sounding super weird and awkward? which
No.
is my MO. Like, have you figured out how you fit into the industry and what makes you shine? I guess is the best way I can put it. Like some people are like, in my case, I like to consider myself a color person. Like,
Yeah.
color is my baby. I just always want to work with color.
Right.
And I'm wondering, like, has that sort of hit for you yet? Or are you still sort of like ebbing and flowing at this point from project to project?
Um, I I think, well, the common thread of, or like the common thing that runs throughout my books, I think, is, I guess, like the bold color and the humor.
Okay.
Um, yeah, but I think I'm still figuring things out as well. Um, but yeah, I think that's kind of where I am.
I mean, I definitely think your work is like humorous through and through. Looking at it's and I forget what I said up top, but they're like there's a quirkiness, a sort of out of your mind element. It's
Right.
I'm saying these things in probably the worst way I could say them, but that idea of like the to make a piece of toast want to be a bread or yeah, a dog, sorry, rather, like that's not something that your average American sitting around eating toast going, you know, it would be a fun story.
Right.
And so like it has to come from some level of weirdness in your brain.
Right.
Um, how did you come up with? I mean, let's. I don't want to solely focus on that one book, but I do need to know how
Right.
did that become what it is? Like,
Yeah. I mean, I think I think Toasty, I do get the most questions for that book. Makes sense because I mean, it is, the concept is a little out there.
yep,
But yeah, I don't know. My I guess I'm kind of weird like that. But yeah, like well, with Toasty, it I wrote the book for the advanced book class. One of the projects that we had to do, just writing a mock book, like a
yeah,
children's book.
yep,
And I remember when I was like brainstorming at the time, I was kind of just like doing random sketches and things like that. And then one day I just sat there in the morning and I was eating toast and I looked at it. I'm like, this reminds me of the way I used to draw dogs, like when I was younger. Um, yeah, because like I guess it makes sense like if I show it, but like yeah, the way I would draw dogs, it would be like this. Like I'm kind of like when I was little.
yeah, sort of the
Yeah, something
ear.
like this, you know?
Yep.
And I was like, hey, the bread looks similar to the way I used to draw dogs. And then right then I like sketched out Toasty, the first, version of him in my sketchbook. And then within 30 minutes I wrote the first draft because it just made sense for me. Yeah, like
Okay.
at the time. Yeah, I think
30 minutes. And then
yeah, the
a book
yeah,
that
it came so fast.
And then what was the reaction though when you? I mean, obviously people must have thought it was silly and fun, but was there anybody in the class that sat there and just said, "What are you thinking?" And where's my toast that you promised me, or you know, whatever phrase they decide at that point.
Um, well, in class, the reaction.
Yeah, like what was crit like for that project in particular?
Oh, when I brought the character and the pitch, um, I mean everyone loved it. I mean my class was, yeah, everyone was pretty supportive, and they were like, "Wow, this girl is really weird, but this idea is very fun." Um, yeah, and so they were like, and I remember like one of the other pitches I had was like, yeah, like I mean I love food and I love animals and I guess like, so like I remember like the other pitch I had was like I had popcorns as puppies, and even like that one was a strange idea too. And so yeah, I guess like for them it's like, oh yeah, this girl just writes weird stories, but
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's
this
a
is just
theme.
normal to her.
It's yes, it's dogs as things or
Yeah.
things as dogs. Are you? I assume that you're a dog person then,
Oh yeah, a
over
huge
a,
dog person.
over a cat person.
Yeah,
Are you
I
willing to
like
go to?
cats,
Are you
but
willing to go to war with cat people? Like, how much do you really love dogs? Are you willing to fight the cat people out there in the world to show your love of dogs?
like saying dogs are better than cats kind of
Oh
thing.
yeah, oh yeah.
Oh, oh no, I don't want to touch the cat people. Like, I feel like, yeah, like, they're very, yeah.
They're scarier than they look.
Yeah, I feel like cat people will get even more defensive. Yeah,
When I
but
was
cats
when
are
I was
great too.
yeah, I mean I have cats, but when I was
Yeah.
teaching class, my children's book class this last semester, clearly everybody was cat people because anytime a cat would show up, they'd all be like, "Oh, cat!" And then if there was a dog, they didn't have the same reaction.
Oh,
And I think I'm a dog person. And
yeah.
I kind of had to defend dogs in the critiques. They make they got as much love along the way, but I know
Yeah,
it's divisive. You're one or the other. I think
right.
of some sort. Now, how much toast do you have on a regular basis? Are you one of those like avocado toast folks? Which I still don't understand exactly what that is, but
Oh, I mean, I had an avocado toast like a couple days ago, but I don't eat toast like every day.
okay.
But
Even
but
though it's your
once in
brand
a while.
at this point, even though it brought you money, you don't show support.
Um, I show support by admiring their shape, but yeah, I don't eat it every day.
I told you I'd ask some weird questions. And
No,
weird question. Are you willing to match
I like
people?
it.
Yeah. So tell me a little bit about you went to school for this. Did you have other career avenues that popped up along the way that potentially were I don't want to say abandoned, but like
hmm
the side because Kidlit sort of took over, or was there how much diversity in your portfolio was there at the time when you left school?
So actually, I was a double major in school. I
Show
was
off,
in
show
both.
off.
Hey, this information is important to
Okay,
tell you
okay.
why I got here. But I was in education and illustration. So I was in the 5-year program.
Mm,
Um,
okay.
yeah, but I got up to the 4th year for education and I dropped it that last year. Um, just because I was like so overwhelmed and thesis was crazy. And I felt like if I wanted to get back on to education, I could always come back. It's not like the credits will disappear.
Yeah.
And so I I did that for a bit. And then like after graduating, I did do like private tutoring, like art, and I did work at like a art studio place, like teaching for kids.
Yeah.
Um, so I did some of that, and then I picked up like random jobs, you know. Um, like I worked in like a chiropractic office before, and like some other stuff, but that was just like for like money.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, it wasn't like really like a career thing.
Now you
So
weren't doing chiropractic work,
no,
were you? There's a
yeah,
lot of people out there with broken backs
yeah,
because
that would be illegal.
it's
Yeah.
illegal to some, fun to others. You know, it's yeah. I thought you were punk and rebellious. That's the phrase I gave you earlier. But
Oh my gosh.
what did you do? Was it just like clerical
Yeah,
level?
like yeah. I just worked like front desk and like like that kind of thing.
But did they ever let you like you know
Crack? No.
crack back or
No,
oh,
absolutely not.
like
Yeah.
it's like a must if you're like in a situation like that. Like letting someone do one little thing that they're not supposed to, just to say they did.
Oh my gosh.
And you gotta make sure, you don't get sued, but whatever. Um, and so, did you have other art jobs, like besides like running workshops and things? Did you have anything where you were like doing editorial or doing, a different avenue of illustration in particular, or was it primarily all kidlit? Or I'm sorry, like kidlit from the beginning.
It was mainly kidlit. I did take up like a few like commercial work for a bit too, but I was mainly kidlit.
And then was that something that, like, obviously your agent is involved and is
Mm-hmm.
sort of directing you at that point, but um, was there any success in that commercial range? When you say commercial, what do you mean by commercial? I want to make sure I
Oh,
understand.
um, like advertisement.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's where
Um,
that's where the big money is.
yeah. But yeah, I honestly, if it was, it was a very fast-paced project,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
good money for sure.
yeah,
And if I had more opportunities for those, like I would definitely be on board to doing some too.
yeah. When a
Yeah.
single job can pay off a couple of years worth of rent,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, that's not too shabby. I'm willing to drop the kidlit for a little bit to do that kind of stuff. Um, is there, obviously the kidlit thing has been in the background for a while. Or I shouldn't say in the background because that makes it sound like it wasn't always there, but or that it's insignificant. I don't mean it that way, but the idea of jumping into this world of kidlit. Have you been sort of like how deep did you go in early on, or was it something that took some I guess investigation, some trying to figure out who you are and what you want to do with kidlit in particular before you jumped in?
Oh, like did I with kidlit?
Yeah, just like, did you ease into it, or were you just whole hog right from the beginning, going it's kidlit or nothing else?
Yeah, I think that was kind of my mentality from the beginning though. Like I knew I wanted to do picture books since high school. And um well, it's not like I'm closed off to the idea of like doing other stuff, but I knew I wanted to like mainly do picture books.
What? Okay, so I got to ask this question because of the way that was phrased. The idea of since high school. What
Right.
what in high school? Because most of the time, kids in high school are not going, "Hey, you know what? I want to do stuff for little babies or 1 year olds or 2 year olds or 3 year olds, etc." Most of the time, high school kids are like, "Get me away from kids." My baby brother's been riding my hide for too many years or whatever it may be. And I'm wondering, in the sense of, what was it that sparked the interest at that point? Because I imagine you weren't just like, let me go out and look at picture books every day.
No, no, yeah. That would have been yeah. Well, yeah, for a high schooler that's a little strange.
Yeah.
But
They always go over to the elementary school all the
yeah.
time.
Oh no.
Like, nope.
That sounds sus. Yeah. Yeah. Um, well, I think, well, for me, it's like originally when I knew I wanted to go into art, like as a career,
Yeah.
I I thought I would go into fashion in the beginning. Um, so I was thinking more about that, and as I was creating my portfolio, to apply for art schools, um, I realized like I fell in love with the process of creating these work. Um, that was, I guess, like that told a story, and I don't know, it just kind of made sense to me while I was creating like, and so the theme that I picked for my high school portfolio was like Alice in Wonderland. Um,
Oh, okay.
yeah, and I don't remember exactly why I picked that theme, but I think it was more so like to represent how like I daydream a lot, and I tend to kind of like have my own world in a sense, and like kind of like go into that world here and there, and it's like fusing the real world with the fictional world and things like that. And as I was creating that, yeah, like
Cool.
I,
Someone
yeah.
someone who came up with the idea of a toast dog wants to live in their own little world, this
Yeah.
imaginary world. No way. No way.
Yeah, I guess it just makes sense, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, with high school, did you have a good program? Because some high schools are, excuse the terminology, but crap.
Yeah, like
They don't get supported, or the art teachers are less involved, or what have you. But was your school a art supportive in that way?
no, my high school had a horrible art program.
So you had to do it all on your own then, right?
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, my high school did not care about that. Yeah,
Well, wait.
art program at all.
The high school didn't care, or I should be mindful of this. Was there an art teacher that cared, but the high school itself was not?
No, the art teacher definitely did not care, and I don't think the
Oh
high school
no.
cared too much either. Yeah.
Okay. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
That sucks. That's not cool. That's not cool in my book of any sort. So how did you come to art then if you didn't have like how did you make these decisions if you didn't have the support? Was this solely just family and you getting involved going, hey, I want to pursue this? Or was this, I was wondering sort of structurally how this came to be, if this was not something that was you know advocated for by your school or the teacher or what have you?
Yeah, no, I think I'm trying to remember. I feel like it was way back high school. Huh. Um, well, my parents were always supportive of, I guess, like whatever path I wanted to go on. My mom was actually like more on the creative side herself. Like she used to be like in fashion display and interior design.
Mm, okay.
Yeah, when we were in Korea, but then she had to give up her career when she had me and my brother.
Well,
Um, yeah, and then like moving here after too. But yeah, so
so
she was. So I think when I was like, oh, I want to do art, my mom totally understood, and so did my dad. My parents were very supportive of that. Um, yeah, I think that's kind of how
you
we.
got to like pick up the reins for your mother in a way and continue the legacy of art or design or what have you. Um,
Right.
Now, okay, I want to do a quick check-in. We're
Mhm.
an hour. Is that right? An hour in. We're an
Oh
hour.
wow.
Okay. Now, this is not to say like, hey, it's late or anything of the sort, but I want to find out. You've been talking now,
Mm-hmm.
and you're drawing.
Mm-hmm.
How is it now versus when it started?
It's better. It's definitely better.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'm definitely getting used to it.
Yeah. I wanted to check in and say like, okay, I have not seen you like stall making artwork while talking or vice versa of any sort. And generally this is around that time where people like they lock in and they understand the like system of, oh, I'm just making and talking at this point.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to hear a little bit about sort of the because this is something I've never experienced in the same way, but the transition to stateside. You said that it was challenging,
Mm-hmm.
and the reason why I want to hear this is not to like, oh, tell me your woes and I want to cry tonight or anything of the sort, but
Right.
more so just the idea of like learning to be part of a new culture and learning to assimilate, especially at an age where like education is such a key factor, and thinking about like kids and books and how important they are.
Mm-hmm.
uh, I'm wondering sort of like, was that something that um, in turn sort of made you who you are in a weird way? Like, did that spark some of the strangeness, the quirkiness, the silliness in your work, or was that something that was always there, independent of the experience of moving halfway around the world?
Mm. Um, I think it was probably both. Like I mean, sorry, I'm trying to sorry, could you repeat the question again? My
Yeah.
my brain just shut off.
No. The reason why I'm asking the question basically of like, where did your personality form? Was it something that was formed because of your experience as a little kid?
Mm-hmm.
That's a pretty traumatic thing to go.
Right.
But it's also at an age where like you get new friends. Like I imagine if you moved when you were 6 or 7, by 10 or 11, you had friends at that.
Right.
If you didn't, that would be a very sad story. And I
Yeah.
don't broach that topic, but
Mm-hmm.
that idea of that can form who a person is and form their view. And
Right.
the best way I can describe it is like I always, with the students that I have, and probably this relates to sort of the generation that you went through as well, that there's a lot of fantasy and world building and things of the sort because it is in my view, an escape from reality.
Yeah.
It's sort of a safe area where they
Right.
can go and think and be themselves without the repercussions of society.
Yes.
I'm wondering, like, does some of your quirkiness, your stories, the work that you make, is that something that you naturally would have come to anyways, or is that sort of manifested itself because of that experience of being new and being challenged by an environment that just didn't feel maybe as clean or efficient as what it did efficient?
Right.
I don't know
Yeah.
if that make more sense the way I
No,
phrased.
that totally did make more sense. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think it was definitely both. Like in terms of like I think I did have like, I had that, some that creative side in me, but in terms of like even um I guess like coming to this career path as well, like I think I wanted to kind of comfort kids that were going through like something similar to me like during that age, like through
Yeah.
my books. And that was and yeah, and like my books did become like an outlet of the things that I have gone through in a way. Like I mean it's weird, but like even with Toasty, like that's like the story just came to me so naturally because it's coming from my own story.
Yeah.
And because the whole thing is about him wanting to fit in and trying to be something else.
Correct.
And yeah, like and at the end it's like Toasty finds someone who loves him for exactly the way he is, and he realizes that he is perfectly fine exactly the way he is. Like he is perfectly lovable and great. By being him. And like yeah, like I think all these I also just like learned throughout my life. So it's like things I wouldn't have known if I haven't gone through those kind of experiences. Um and so yeah, like I mean I think all authors they draw their stories from like a personal place, right?
Yeah,
So
they inject themselves in
mhm.
some capacity. Now,
Right, exactly.
it may not be as literal. It may be some sort of,
Right.
well, this
Yes.
character represents me or whatever. But as well,
Right.
just looking at that story and hearing the idea of this immigration and trying to fit in, just all of a sudden when that connected, I was like, oh, this is something more. Or I look at the book in a different manner. Let's put it that way.
Mm,
At that point, because it's saying something a little more than just here's a dog that wants. Or no, I'm sorry, a
that's
dog.
so,
I
it's
can't.
confusing at this point.
Yeah, yeah. It's one of those things. It's somewhere in the middle, and we'll figure it out. Uh, now obviously, like one of the questions I want to talk to you about in particular is the Seuss
Mm-hmm.
studio book and sort
Yes.
of how that came to be. What kind of parameters were on that, because it is I mean, that's not just I'm doing a book for a specific writer or a specific studio. That is, it's Seuss,
Right.
Theodore Geisel.
Yeah.
You can't screw that one up.
Yeah.
Uh, there are things in there design wise that are akin to Seuss, but are still your approach.
Mm.
And I'm wondering, sort of like, what was the initial pitch to you, and what was the process like on a book like that?
So I remember it was not too long after Toasty came out that I got a call from my agent with this news. Um, and yeah, it was I remember she was trying to explain how they were starting like a new line of Dr. Seuss books, and then kind of just what the process would be like in terms of like how they found these like never before seen sketches, and they would like me to create a story referencing these sketches.
Oh, so this is a idea that he had originally, and then you are turning it into a book.
So he just had random sketches, like a lot of them, and it was just in a trunk, I believe, in his house, and that they found it, and they didn't want to just archive um
Yeah, they want
the
to do with
the
them.
sketches. They wanted to like bring them to life somehow. And so the prompt was to kind of come up with the story. It doesn't even have to look like the sketch. It's just like an idea, like kind of inspired by the sketches.
Okay.
And there was so much freedom in the project. So they said like you could go about this like whatever way you want and kind of like experiment with whatever you want to do and things like that. And yeah, like I got we I think we got around like 12 sketches. And Gertrude stood out to me because that sketch was the only sketch that looked like, well, it was well, we added it to the back of the book, like it's, yeah, but it looked like un like he already had this cover sketch done somewhat,
Yeah.
and
I'm
yeah,
hoping
and
those who need to see what we're talking about, so they can see that.
yeah, yes, yeah. So I guess like seeing that, I was like, huh, like I wonder what this character is doing, and I just had a lot of questions, and I was just really interested in this character, and
So they gave you
um
a choice, though. It wasn't like, hey, we want to do Gertrude specific.
no, they
Like
they
this.
gave like a bunch of sketches, and there were like random things in there, like settings and people and machines and animals and things like that. Um, and I think, yeah, and the Gertrude was in the people category.
That's still so cool that they give you that sort of leeway to just discover, versus the mandate that this is the story that we want to turn into something. Uh,
Right.
that's that's I was going to say, pretty progressive of them to just sort of allow the illustrator or the author to um, sort of pick and choose and give you the ownership over sort of the direction that it goes. Uh,
Yeah.
how what was there a couple of them you chose, or was that one just right from the get go as like, this is the piece?
I chose a couple, and I just, well, in the way beginning, yeah, I chose a couple, and then I wrote, I think, like about like 7 different pitches, but out of those, like I shrunk it down
Okay.
And yeah, and I mean, I knew that Gertrude was the one that, yeah, I wanted to go with.
Now, are you doing more than one, or was it just the singular and out?
Oh, for the project?
Yeah, for Seuss stuff. Like, are you going to do another Seussian?
Uh, uh, I, I mean, I don't know.
Okay.
If,
Yeah.
yeah.
There's nothing that works right now, obviously. Then.
Yeah, like if the opportunity comes, then yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
I didn't know if they like had like a 2-book deal or something that came out of it, or if it was a one and done sort of scenario.
yeah, so far right now it's one.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Mhm.
So, with the actual production of that book, I mean, obviously, again, there is a name attached to it. You're allowed to do what you need to do, but there's the legacy
Right.
that's attached to that. How much did you like get involved, or how much did they get involved rather, in like trying to maintain some sort of approach or um, structure to what you did to make sure that it was sort of on brand of sorts?
Um, well, what I really appreciated was them just they really gave a lot of freedom, in terms of style and just etc. Yeah. Um, yeah, they weren't they really gave I think I appreciated how much they trusted the artist.
Mm,
And of course, like they took a look at it through the process,
yeah,
like after sketches and things like that, and it had to be approved. But um, yeah,
yeah.
like
There were
it was very easy and just it was very like flowing
yeah.
and um, yeah,
I just didn't know if they would be very heavy handed, like this doesn't match the brand, and you need to be more like this or things of the sort. And obviously, it's lovely that they gave you the freedom. I just always worry in those situations of how much oversight um, something that has a history like that
right.
goes up. Um, did in working on the book, did you have any connection to the? I mean, I assume the company has the rights to Seussian stuff versus like the family or the what do you want to call it? The not the family, the
The
like the heirs of
uh-huh.
Seuss. But did you get to have any networking or anything of the sort with the folks that actually were his family in the process? Like, did they have any say or have any insight into what you were doing?
uh, I'm not too sure. Yeah, so I'm yeah, like because I all I knew was that it was we were just working with Penguin Random House and Seuss Enterprise.
Okay.
And so yeah, I don't know how far that
My
yeah.
assumption that Penguin Random House just has the right together, and they don't need to get approval from the family of any sort for ownership. It would be silly for them to have to go through that and pay all this money to the family if they're the ones doing all the work. Um, but is it something that you would do again, in the sense of like, was it as much fun? And I don't mean to downplay it, but was it as much fun as making your own work, or like
Uh
coming up with your own idea versus something that was sort of pre-existing?
um well I would say it was pretty much like the same thing as just working on my own idea. Like it was just the only difference was that there was a prompt in a sense.
Okay.
But like all the story itself was written from scratch. Like there was nothing else for me to work off of except for just that one sketch alone. Um, and then like the other sketches that we saw, like and then, but everything else was just there was so much freedom in how we could approach the sketch. And so yeah, like it was going back to the question, it was just as fun as working on any other books I've worked on.
And then when you got to see those sketches, was it just a digital file they sent you? Or, I mean, you're close enough to New York that did you get to go in and sort of look at the originals?
Oh, the originals are in San Diego.
Oh, they're in San Diego? I thought they were in New York. Okay.
Yeah, they
All right.
were. They're in the museum, the Seuss Museum. Is that
Wait,
the correct name in San Diego? Oh my gosh, no, hold on. I feel like I'm. Oh, okay. Anyways, they're somewhere. Yeah,
I was gonna
somewhere
say,
there on
there's
the
a
West Coast.
museum that's in Massachusetts.
Yeah, I feel like
And
I'm getting
maybe,
it confused with something else.
but they're at a different location. They're not at the publisher,
Yeah,
essentially.
yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Um, it was one of those ones where, like, man, if you got to see the originals like up close and personal, would be such a fun, like, what an experience that would be. Um, to say, yeah, I was there. I touched his sketches of some sort, and not
Right.
quite them, but just touched them. Um,
Yeah.
when you were at school, was there a museum that was attached to the school of some sort, or like a museum that was nearby, an art museum?
Oh yeah, there were a couple museums nearby. Um, well, in Baltimore. I don't remember the names. But yeah, there were there were a couple.
The reason I ask is I know that, like, and one of the things that I loved about RISD when I went there
Hmm.
was they had the RISD Museum, and so you could request to have a personal viewing of any of the artwork that was in their collection.
Oh wow.
Bring it out, and so, like, here's a Degas pastel piece sitting in front of you. Now, of course, there's a guard watching over you, so it's not like you
Right.
home.
Right.
But that idea of, like, having personal time with a piece of artwork, and it just made me think of that, like, some schools have that, like, connection and some don't, but ultimately it's oftentimes associated with an art school, that sort of
Mm.
thing. So tell me a little bit of outside life, outside of art. You're living in New Jersey. How often do you get into New York?
I've been going in even more often these days because it's getting warmer now. Um, I think I go in like at least like at least one. I want to say at least twice a month, like at least. Yeah.
Is
But
it
then,
train ride, I assume?
oh no, it's just a bus. When I get on the bus, it's literally like 20 minutes.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, you're real north in New Jersey then. You're
Yeah,
okay.
we could see the west side from here. Like we could see all of that from
Wait,
here.
what town are you in then?
I'm in Palisades Park, but it's you know Fort Lee?
I remember seeing the name. I don't like passing by stuff, but I couldn't tell you off the top of my head where that is.
Yeah, okay, George Washington Bridge?
Yes.
Yeah, so Fort Lee is basically like it's our town. It's literally like right there. But it's yeah, the bridge is connected to Fort Lee.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so it's a heartbeat away from getting into the city. Is it is most of the, like, one of the things I ask people on here sometimes is about um, their life uh, and their connection to the art world. Is it primarily you just hit New York instead, or is there, like, where you are in New Jersey? Is there an art scene, or does
No,
it
there's
compete with New York at this point?
yeah, I think I gotta go into the city for the art scene.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jersey doesn't really unless I'm, I'm just in my own thing, but yeah.
People aren't telling you about the secret art scene that's in New Jersey.
Yeah, who knows? It could be somewhere and I'm the only one who doesn't know about it or
Mhm.
something, you know?
We got to
Yeah.
clear her out. Last time Sarah was here, she stepped on her, and we can't have um, the 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 idea of being so close to New York. Are you into, like, Society of Illustrators often? What's the, or is it like, let me ask this question. I'm not a big city person, admittedly.
Oh, uh-huh.
I lived in the city for a while, not New York, but I lived in the Boston area. My parents lived close enough to New York that I had been there enough, but um, I I am someone who is not drawn to the city naturally. And so I'm wondering, like, what brings you into the city? What's the thing that makes you go, I got to get in there and see what's happening?
Oh my gosh. Okay, well, I'm a huge city person. And I think for me, it's like the whole scene, like the food scene and just the energy in the city. And um, yeah, like just, I don't know, like just, I guess, yeah, it's just the energy in the city. And I love how there's always new things happening, especially like in New York, right? Like there's always some kind of pop-ups um, and things like that. But yeah, I think honestly, like the thing I'm most looking forward to when I go into the city is food. Yeah.
Where's the places that you go? Like, what kind of food are we going to get? Are we going to get a slice? Are we going to get
Oh,
a hot dog? What's the
everything. Honestly, yeah. Like, I mean, it really depends on the mood, right? But I I think New York has like the best Thai food. And so the last couple of times I've gone in, like I've just been getting Thai food a lot.
is it uh I'm trying to think. There was a place that I went to when my dad was living in he was across the river in northern New Jersey at one point, and we went to some restaurant that had oh, what was it called? It was like mountain root, and it was I think it may have been, was it Thai? I
Mm.
can't remember what the vibe was for it, but I remember I was vegan at the time, and it was like the most delicious root I've ever had.
Ooh.
And that's, there's all the times that I have roots normally anyways, but uh it was just one of those like times where it's like I've never experienced something quite like that, and I've always wanted to go back. And I don't remember what part of the city it was in. I don't remember. I mean, it was in Manhattan somewhere, but I don't know what area of Manhattan. I couldn't tell you any of that stuff. um is there what do you is art store there or art store in New Jersey? Is I'm asking these questions because again, I'm not a city going into the city for things. I'm like, how willing are you to travel for various things? Food, obviously,
Yeah.
New York City, but are there other things that you go in for? Like, are you a music person? Are you someone who's going in to listen to the concerts?
Yeah, I've attended a few concerts in the city before. And of course, like I feel like well, the city always has, the museum and the collection and all of that. So, yeah, like I go in to look for inspiration and yeah, like just kind of taking things in from there.
And then where you are in New Jersey, obviously, you're close enough to the city, but uh, is there a kidlit scene where you are, or is that again dependent on the city itself?
Uh,
Like I'm trying to think.
yeah, not like in my town or anything like that, or like in Jersey. Yeah, I think they're in the city.
Are you part of SCBWI?
Yes.
Okay. I was looking at something today with a mentee that I was working with, and we were talking about the different locations, and it's one of those ones where again, like, I'm sure there's a New Jersey one, but if you're so close to the city, that's just like, why would you not go to the New York one?
Right.
Just sort of the local. Um, and I'm sure there's lovely people at the local one. Don't get me wrong,
Yeah.
but it's probably not a comparison of any sort. Um, so, you've been out of school, etc. You're now, if I remember the math correctly, what I said before, 7 years out. Uh,
Hmm.
Aesthetically, looking at where you started and where you are now, um, I mean, we have sort of evidence with something like Toasty of sort of what your work looked like sort of early on. But even thinking back to when you were in school, how different or how much of an evolution has your aesthetic gone through at this point?
Um, I mean, I think it's constantly like kind of evolving, and um, yeah, like I feel like I'm just not as afraid to experiment as much now. Whereas like compared to the beginning, I felt like I had to stick with like one way of working, right?
Yeah.
Like, because I think my definition or like my thought of what a style is like working with a certain medium or like something like that. But yeah, I realize it's not like that. I think truly like your style is what you make. And so just yeah, like depending on the project, it those the aesthetic or like the medium that you use could change here and there. Um so yeah, like I think it's constantly evolving or yeah, and I'm still like learning and things like that.
So I do want to broach the subject of like early on you had very, very traditional stuff, and obviously your inks are still traditional in some of the newer stuff, but you're doing digital color uh,
Mm.
on those. Is that a necessity? Is that something where like doing color work now makes more sense to jump into digital? I'm wondering sort of the, again on that aesthetic side, uh, where all that lands, where do these decisions happen? Are they
Right.
are they sort of in the moment? Are they things that, are decided because of production? Sort of where does that come from?
Uh yeah, production mainly, I think. Like the well, I I worked with two of my books I digitally colored, which was Gertrude and then The Smallest Bird. Um so those are the only two and then the other three are traditional. Um but in terms of yeah, it was well actually okay, with The Smallest Bird I chose to digitally color that one just because I just wanted to try that out in terms of like text, like creating texture digitally and things like that. Um, and with Gertrude, it was a lot to do with, I guess like being inspired by Seuss's work, right? For that book. And I felt like he worked with like more like it wasn't like his work isn't like there isn't much texture in the color or anything like
Yeah.
that. So I just kind of wanted to keep those like solid colorings um without yeah like the strokes or anything like that and also the deadline. So
Yeah.
yeah, it was a tight deadline. So that was
Wait,
it.
how much time did they give you?
Um yeah, like so it just kept getting moved around, but the at the end what ended up because it was still new and I think things were still being figured out. Um it was really tight towards the end when it came to final art. Yeah.
There was lots of like, it's not that they gave you like 2 weeks to get the thing done, but there were lots of changes that happened along the way that forced a line.
Yeah, like I don't exactly remember what went down, but like in terms of like why the thing happened like that, but yeah, I it was just tight towards the end.
Well, let me ask then on on just a more sort of broad picture side of things, how long does it normally take you to do a book then? Like I mean, obviously Toasty was something that was a long haul,
Hmm.
and had plenty of years, etc. But given a new book, are you someone that can paint a book or make a book in months, or are we someone who's a year? What's speed wise for you?
Mm, I do have a uh speed. I think I could do it. Actually, it depends on how I'm doing it.
how I'm creating the work though. Yeah.
I mean, the equivalent of with something like the Gertrude was.
Hmm.
I mean, obviously I don't need to know exact days, but was it something that was like months that you had, or did they give you a healthy time frame at the beginning at least?
Oh yeah, yeah. It was definitely like a healthy time frame in the beginning. But yeah, and then things changed,
Yeah.
and I think things were still being figured out, you know, on yeah, from their timelines and stuff, and then uh yeah, and then I like the sketching part we had a lot of time and things like that, and then when it came to final art time it was a crunch.
I always feel in my own that, if notes got back to me sooner, I could half the time that it would take me to do a book. But it's that wait, the long, long wait for those notes to come back
Right.
cases. And it's, I appreciate the time sometimes because I don't have to uh, jump around and hop on a project as quickly or things of that sort. But that idea of the how long does it take is always sort of a question. Some people, like, I always get mesmerized by folks that say they work on one project a year. I'm like, how do you get paid enough to do one project a year?
Mm.
Skills are you getting?
Right.
With the fact that you did workshops early on, is that something that you've considered doing since? Like, have you gone back to MICA to do lectures or anything of the sort at this point?
I yeah, I had I've I've done digital class
Like
thing.
Zooms?
Yeah, Zoom thing, but I haven't gone back to yeah, like physically.
Wait, since you graduated?
Yeah. I mean, actually, since I graduated, when I visited Baltimore, I was just in the campus, like I think once, but I haven't gone back.
Wait, how big of a school? Like, how many students were there that graduated with you in your year? Do you have any sense?
Uh,
Because I don't think of MICA as being all that big, but when you say campus, that makes me think like it's a
oh no, it's not big at all. It was really small. Yeah. I don't remember how many students there were. Like a couple hundreds? I'm not sure. Yeah.
like when you graduated, meaning.
Right. When I graduated, yeah, I can't grasp how many there were. I mean, it wasn't like tiny, but it wasn't like big. Yeah.
Did you have a guy named Paul Jeans as a teacher at all?
No.
Okay. There was a guy who used to work there that ended up working at the school that I teach at, named Paul. He has since left, but he was a fabulous person, just a good human being across the board. And it's one of those.
Oh.
I didn't know if there was overlap for the years.
Mm.
How was the folks that you graduated with? Did a lot go in Kidlit of any sort? Were there any others that jumped in hard?
Um. So when I graduated, were there other people? I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Yeah, there were. Wait, hold on. Yeah, there were a few.
And are they
Yes.
are they working in industry now, or is it something wherein, um, time wise, they had shifted to something else? What's the sort of scope of those folks today?
I think I know a few that's still in the industry, and then I know a few that, and then I like out of the few of us, there were a few remained, and then the rest dispersed
Yeah,
into somewhere else.
they went off into the ether, the, the world around us.
Yeah, yes,
I don't know what that means, but
somewhere.
we'll call it that. They didn't die. They,
No, no, very much alive still somewhere.
I hope. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're not upstairs with my wife.
Yeah.
What who are some of the stars of your kidlit interests at this point? Are there people that you look at and you go like, oh, these are the people that are the amazing artists and that are working today that we should share with the I was going to say studio audience, but that's not right. The listening audience. Like, who are the people you're looking at? Essentially, is what I'm asking. That's probably an easier way of asking it.
Right. I think in terms of there's so many great illustrators and authors out there, honestly. People that I'm looking at recently are, let me think. There was, there's these people are definitely like really well known, like Christian Robinson or Oliver Jeffers.
Wait, who?
And
I'm just joking. Sorry.
oh, I was gonna be like, huh?
How is it possible that I would not know those names? Um, is there where do you go for a bookstore? Out of curiosity.
For a bookstore?
Yeah.
Um,
Where are you finding your books? You have to find them somewhere, right?
yeah, I mean, I go to Books Are Magic or um, McNally. Um, there's Books of Wonders. Like these are all in the city.
Yeah.
Yeah,
How?
but
So I've
mhm.
never read the Books of Wonder, and I hear wonderful things about it.
Yeah, it is wonderful.
What is it big? Like I don't have any impression. It makes it seem like it's this like wonderland of kidlit. But I also imagine it's a New York institution that potentially just doesn't have a ton of real estate in a way that, it comes across in some of the posts that I see.
It's not huge. It's actually it's really small. I mean, it's not really small, but it's it's yeah, it's on. So we're talking about Books of Wonder, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. It's like a nice cozy size.
It's one of those ones where like I just in my head it's this like the equivalent of Barnes and Noble size, but only kidlit. And
Oh,
that's, I mean, it has more than kidlit, right?
yeah, it does have more than Kidlit.
For some reason, in my mind, it's only kidlit, and it's giant like a Barnes and Noble would be. I don't know why my brain thinks that. There's no reason for that to be the way my brain works on this. Um, it's just like maybe it's the social media side of things. All I see is the kidlit side of it, and so I just assume that it's all that. Um, as the kids say, all that and a bag of chips.
Hmm.
Wait, is that of your era?
Uh,
All
no,
that
I don't.
chips?
No, I don't think so.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
All that and a bag of chips.
Yeah,
Yes, that makes sense.
Nickelodeon called All That, and then
Oh,
there's the phrase "all that and a bag of chips." I don't know what it means. I don't know
yeah.
why that's a thing, but it is. Um, maybe it's much older than I think it is. Um, as a reference point. I'm sorry to bring up dumb reference points.
No.
We're in the middle of this. Um, wait, okay, so if you graduated in 2017, I'm trying to think like what was the lingo of the day? What were the phrases that people used at that time then?
Uh, huh.
Yeah, question, I know.
Huh. What did we use?
Did you use I'm trying to think like I'm trying to go back to like the type of students I had. Um, what was the thing from Mean Girls? You've seen Mean Girls, right?
Yeah, of
The,
course.
uh, fetch? No.
Oh, with get in the car. Wait, is it that one?
No, there was a phrase that someone tried to introduce that was
Oh, the fetch thing.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so fetch. That's what.
Is that of your era?
I don't
Weird
know. That
questions on.
no, I don't think anyone. I don't think I've heard anyone say that in real life.
Okay. Okay. I my stuff was like radical and tubular. That's my era. That probably doesn't ring a bell. I assume. I don't know where I'm going with this of any sort. Um, so have you drawn? I've been watching you draw. I'm trying to see if I've seen you draw animals with shoes yet. Have we seen animals with shoes popping up of any sort?
No, I haven't drawn animal with shoes yet.
Okay. Are we going to?
I'm not sure.
And you got to explain to me, why do you want to see animals with shoes?
I don't know. I just thought it would be fun to draw animals and have them wear shoes. It's super cute.
Have you heard that thing that someone said, like, if you ever feel naked because you're nude, you'll feel more naked if you put on shoes and only shoes? And that's what you're making these animals do?
Oh
Is
my gosh. No, I haven't heard that
extra
before. But
extra naked because all they would have on is shoes? You got to give them some other, like a hat or something, just to balance.
right,
They're not
right.
they're not as nude uh as just shoes. It's the Winnie the Pooh issue.
Oh
Uh,
yeah, just a t-shirt.
yeah, just the t-shirt.
Yeah.
And we all accepted it, and now when you know that that's maybe not as kosher as it should be.
Right.
Uh, uh, so tell me a little bit about color and sort of the way, like, I want to know a little bit about your process, the way you make. Obviously, I'm seeing you work with like markers. I'm seeing you work with acrylic. I'm seeing you work with ink and all this stuff that we've talked about. But um, one of the questions that pops up a lot of times is the sort of color choice. I feel like it's a challenge for a lot of people early on, how to pick
Right.
color. And obviously, like if I look at something like the Gertrude book, there is a sense of like, I assume like some of the yellows feel adjacent to Seuss. Some of the, the coloring feels maybe like a little bit more wide range than what Seuss potentially would do, i.e.,
Hmm.
is have
Right.
color
Yeah.
process do today. But there's things that feel akin to that. But then I look at something like the Nom Nom Nom, and in a book like that, there's distinctly a palette throughout, but it is more sort of primary, secondary, blues, purples, pinks, yellows, oranges, sort of down.
Hmm.
When you're doing color work, are you someone that picks out a color ahead of time? Are you someone that picks out color later in the process? How does that all manifest?
Um, well, I think I pick one color that I for like a certain character. Like I mean like, the main character or whatever. And then I would make the whole palette match to that character. Um, but I would do it as I go.
Meaning, like you just have a bunch of paint out and you figure it out on the fly.
Yeah.
Is that scary? Like I'm someone who likes to pick out a palette early and stick to it, whether it's going to frustrate me later in the end or not. But I imagine, I mean, your palette probably doesn't have every single color you have on it, correct? Or is it literally like, because it's acrylic, it dries up.
Hmm.
Um, or I mean, I guess digital, you have a choice to do whatever you want. But just thinking about sort of the um, the idea of how you decide when and where to leave color out of the situation, or how do you choose to limit, or to where things go awry, let's put it that way.
Um, hmm, that's a good question. Well, like when I do paint, I squeeze every paint in my like collection that I
Oh,
have. And then I mean it's not like a lot, but it's not like a small, whatever either. I do squeeze out everything. I end up not using I sometimes don't even touch some of the paint too. Um,
wait, how many colors do you have then?
Let's
generally?
see. I think I have. Okay, I'm looking at my paint thing now, actually.
Yeah. Fine.
Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Same shade. I
I
have like,
like
I
hear
have
you.
like,
I'm
huh?
different. Like you're like, okay, brilliant.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah, I have like pretty much like four different shades of each color, almost, kind of,
Yeah, so
something like that.
you don't have every color they make. Then you have.
No, that'd be crazy. Yeah, it's somewhat limited in that way. I guess that keeps me in a limit.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
you're doing basics, right? Like Liquitex basics.
Mm-hmm.
So they don't. If I remember correctly, they don't have as much of a range basics as they do in some of the uh, the more professional grade paint.
Right.
And so
Yeah.
they also limit the general. I just someone who every time I go to the store, I'm always buying another tube of paint because I just love, ooh, I could do something with this color, and then all of a sudden I have, uh, like I'm looking at my gouache right now, and I must have, I don't know, 50 colors sitting here next to me, and not to say that I'm going to use all those colors, but it is something wherein they definitely are available at all times, and I don't know if they should be,
Hmm.
because it can get a little hectic. Um, with I don't even know. Uh, well, no, you did say okay. I was going to say surface wise. I was going to ask you about that a little bit, but so tell me a little bit about sort of the the style that you have, or the aesthetic that you have, and sort of how you define that. I mean, obviously, we live in the world of social media. We live in a space where you always have to kind of promote or talk yourself up, and I'm wondering um, that the idea of what you make and how you promote it, is there something that sort of stylistically you think that you do that is cohesive, whether it's acrylic or it's um, ink or it's digital or what have you? Is there like uh, phrasing, or how do you approach when someone asks you what is your style? What would you say to that question?
Uh.
Besides, how dare you ask that?
Yeah. Um. I would just say that my style is whatever I make from my hands. Yeah. I mean, I guess. Maybe the line work itself. I don't know. Yeah. Like I'm not. It's a tricky question. I'm not really. Yeah.
Okay, so
Hmm.
wait. I'm going to ask you a different question. This is a question meant to provoke, meant
Okay.
to challenge, and I know I'm heading it off that way, and now you're like, oh God, what is this going to be? Uh, as an illustrator,
Mm-hmm.
as an artist, generally we are not the best at. Um, we're good at taking critique. We're good at sort of like managing expectations of other folks, but we're always there. Most people struggle with the idea of selling your own success.
Right.
For a second, just for a second, I want you to brag. What do you do better than everybody else out there?
What do I do better than everyone else out there?
Like, what is if I were to look at you and 100 other illustrators,
Oh,
what's the thing that you think, like, this is why they come to you over those other people?
oh gosh.
Loaded question. This is a tough one. And like I said, the illustrators oftentimes are like, I don't want to answer this. I don't want to broach what makes my work good because I don't like talking about it. But
Hmm.
I want you to talk about it for a second, because I know I can say what I really like about your work, and I can tell
Oh,
my end
Uh-huh.
but I want to hear what.
Yes. Uh, do you want to tell me your your thought?
Once I said that, I was like, okay, here we go. Um,
Yes.
no, the thing that I think about your work that sort of shows up across the board, and I say it's not media specific, is I think there is a sort of lightness and a freshness to your work. If
Mm.
that makes any sense, like your work does not have a super heavy hand. Even when you're using black in your work, it feels vibrant and maybe not. I mean, some of it is just the color choice that you use. Some of it is the design that you use, as far as like what's shown and what's not shown, or how much space you give for work to breathe. But I definitely think there is a sense of, like, when I look at your work, I immediately just go, oh, it feels sort of uh, quirky, but how best way I can sort of say it, it feels like a little bit like Apple's packaging. Makes sense. Like, packaging is like really efficient. It's really clean. It doesn't bog you down with a lot of excess
Mm.
for the sake of just excess. And there's a lot of companies and people that do that. There's a lot of illustrators who put a lot of information in an image that I think that clutters it in some way. I
Mm.
feel like your work has this sense of like, it's really easy to get into and doesn't have a huge, what do I want to say? It doesn't require you to have to weed through things to get to the heart of the image.
Mm.
That was really loaded.
Wow. Thank you. Wow,
What do you
that's
think your work is?
such a nice way to put it. Um, sorry, are we still on this question?
To avoid
Next.
answering the question is
Um,
no, it's fine. You don't have to answer it. You don't have to answer it.
no, I mean, I'll try to challenge myself and try to. I'm thinking about it.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I guess. Yeah. I think you put it really well.
I like the fact you're like, I'm thinking about it.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm thinking, and like nothing came out of it. Last second. The sort of it was there, but it wasn't. Yeah, no, I really do think that your work has like this. I don't know. That's the only way I can think of it, is like it's got this like fun poppy vibe, but it's not cluttered, and
Mm.
in the best ways possible. And that is something that I definitely think there are a lot of folks out there that struggle with that. They want to put in way too much information, especially for this age range.
Right.
In myself, there's times where I end up making way too many elements in a piece and have to pull back and go like, oh, that's getting way too complex, or it's becoming way more than what I want it to be. And I don't have the ability, it's not digital, and same thing with a lot of your work, that I can't sit there and just pull stuff out super easily and say, no more is that going to be part of the image, because it's already stuck down.
Mm.
Is there, when you're working, how much of, especially when you're doing traditional stuff, how much of that gets edited on the computer? How much of that is like just everything of Photoshop in the end?
Uh, yeah, a lot. I mean, not like a lot, but like for example, like like a lot of my characters, right? Like because my work is simple and it's very like character driven, I have to make sure like like their dot eyes look perfectly like in the way I want them to express certain things. And let's say like I put it down, like even before, like when I did the eyes for the lion, I wasn't happy with it. It wasn't the expression that I wanted. And so like those things, like I would put it into Photoshop and then I would like clean up the eyes a bit and like clean up certain things. And yeah, and then like also like elements that I want in the piece or things that I decide to take out, I would like edit it out
Yeah.
in
So
Photoshop.
like the original to be pure of some sort, or untouched, unscathed by digital of any sort.
Hmm. Wait, sorry. What was the beginning part?
Well, there's people like and
Mhm.
fall into this category where I try to do as little digital work as possible. Like
Right.
I want
Right.
I want the physical piece to be pure
Right.
finished design as possible. Now that's not always possible. I have to do touch-ups here and there. I have a lot of times, because I'm working with collage, there's lots of little glue and things that are stuck to the page that I have to go get rid of after the fact. But for the most part, it's a one-to-one. But then there's some people who are just like, I don't care. And as long as the print or as long as the final copy looks okay, then I don't care how I get there.
Right.
Do you show in galleries of any sort?
No, I haven't. I haven't gotten a chance to do that. But um if I were able to be able to just create something like just straight up without having to edit it,
Yeah.
at all, I think that would be great too. But yeah, like I think like I have pretty bad perfectionistic tendencies
Okay.
and like I feel like I would get stuck. Like I wouldn't be able to really move around too much. Like I think one of the reasons why I digital collage a lot too is because I could like yeah, like I could change my mind about certain things and I know that I don't have to be like yeah, like I would give myself the space to think and just make whatever I want to make at the moment. Um
I mean,
does
that's what.
this make sense?
Yeah, no, that's one of the reasons why I was asking about sort of the gallery side of things. That there are galleries that show illustrative work or are illustrative friendly. Let's put it that,
Mm,
and allow illustrators to sort of play in that world of experiment and maybe not as much of a like worry about um, how perfect it is, and can let those like mistakes happen or things of the sort. Like um, I'm showing in a gallery called Nucleus Portland, which is part of Gallery Nucleus, but it's just their Portland branch. And there's
ooh.
that show work there for either small work shows or solo shows and whatnot.
Mm,
But almost all the work is illustrative, or
mm,
there's that this is their opportunity to go and make something that is maybe a little bit more gallery leaning. That
right.
always, sometimes it's not even gallery leaning; it's still illustration, but just sold in a gallery of some sort. Um,
Mm,
I think that your work, like especially with your aesthetic and whatnot, there'd be people that would want to put it on a wall at some point.
mm,
It's a matter of like how do they get access to it,
right.
or um, the did you when you were in school did you have opportunities to show in a gallery, or was that? I mean, I assume you had like a senior show or something.
Yeah,
That
we had the thesis show. Um and then and I think yeah, I think that was like our main one when we were in school.
Wait, you only had one show while you were there?
I think so.
Uh,
Yeah, I think we had one show.
I guess no,
Yeah.
you're right. I guess I'm when I was in school, how many shows did I show in? And maybe it was maybe three max. But the school that I'm at now, I feel like everybody can show in like everything, and so I feel like it's by the end they all have CVs that say they've had like 15 different shows while they were at school.
Wow.
but it's also, we're a very small school. And so we're, you mentioned about 200 people graduated in your class. That's about the entire school that I teach at.
Oh,
It's
wow. Yeah.
a little north of that, but not by much.
Mm.
So, they have lots of opportunities to show each other, and they still have their senior shows, but there's lots of little odds and ends for them. But thinking about, I don't even know why it made me say thinking about, but your book collection. I assume you collect picture books at this point?
Oh, yes.
Okay. What are we talking? How big is this collection? How many shelves are you having filled to hold all that you have?
It's not that big yet. It's
Yeah.
like, um, huh. I have one really long one filled, and then I have four smaller ones filled.
Okay. Is there, when you're buying books, is there a collection of things that you're always sort of aiming towards in some sense? Like, is there a style or a type of book that you tend to lean on?
Um, well, I tend to just I don't know, I gravitate towards books that I aesthetically like. Um, so just
You're
just
not allowed that. Uh, you got to buy every book there is. Uh,
yeah. Yeah, I mean, so I think, let's see, is there a type of book that I gravitate towards? I mean, of course, like I'm definitely always like drawn to like humorous books and um I don't know, I'm asking myself why I choose certain books that I do. Well, I like the story and the illustrations for them.
okay, so let me ask you a very pointed question here.
Mm-hmm.
Who got like if you go to the library and you check out a book,
Yes.
is it always a book that you aesthetically like when you check it out?
No, I mean sometimes I get it like I check out certain books for like study purposes, right? Like
Okay. Okay.
um yeah, so like me thinking about a series for character, then I feel like I need to read books that have more character in the series and things like that. And I just yeah, I want to try to take in as much information as I can. So it's not always because of the aesthetic reason, but mostly a lot of it is aesthetic reasons.
Well, it's when I started out in the industry, I know like we'd go to the library, my wife and I, and we'd get books, and I had such a hard time checking out a book that I aesthetically could not understand.
Yeah.
It was
Do
just
you? Uh-huh.
visually, I needed something that I could latch onto. Other,
Right.
it felt like I'm going to be frustrated with the visual for the entirety of the read, or whatever that may be.
Yeah.
What were you going to say? You're about to say something. I cut
Oh
you.
no, I was gonna say, do you pick out books now that aren't aesthetically your style, like your that you like?
I will read them. They are from the library. They are not books that I purchase. Let's put it that way.
Right, right. Yes, that makes sense.
It's when I teach the kids book class, I always feel a little weird because I bring in a bunch of books for for the students to look at, and I try to bring in like a variety of like, okay, we're talking about pagination for this week, so let me bring in some books that really deal with pagination. But then in turn, they all start to look the same, or look, there's a vibe. I'm sure they all look at it and go like, oh, Mark brought in another one of those types of books. Because that's what my collection is. But I do think that I've tried to branch out a little bit. The thing that I've been trying to get into, and I don't know if this sort of connects, but I am I'm very, very interested in international books
Mm,
other than U.S. books. And the
yes.
reason why is I think that there's just, they do things that are unexpected than what you get in the U.S. market. And so I go through phases like there was we're just talking about today, where I find a publisher that does a lot of international books, like Transit Publishing, or what was the one that? Shoot, I can't think of it. Um, oh, it really bothers me now. It was started with a P, whatever it was. But I find a publisher that does stuff that's like from a specific region, and then I buy a bunch of books from that publisher, and I'm like, inundated with. There was one that I'm trying to think of. I'm going to look in the background. That was primarily uh, Latin ex authors,
Mm-hmm.
illustrators, and I got so many books by them because I just thought they were so lovely. Would be in this section. I'm trying to find the books. Oh, well, that's frustrating. I can't find them. I know one of the books is called Croco. I know that much. Where is it? That's a different story. But I go through phases. Oh, here we go. Well, there was it and Tapioca Stories. That's the one. I thought it started with a P, but it had a P in it. And so I go through phases of buying books like that just because they're like not books that I would normally come across.
Mm.
But some, I also love really cute, ridiculously cute books. But would I say that most of them look like my work? No, not any sort. Is there with since you're in the area that you're in, and I think I mentioned before about like the art scene there. Is there a crit group that you meet with on a regular basis?
Well, our agency has crit groups, and I meet with them once a month over Zoom. But in terms of this area, um, I did meet with a few other authors in the area. We met I think 2 times, but after that we haven't really had the chance to meet. Yeah. So it's mainly the agency's crit group.
And that's like people all over the world, or is that like how far out does wait? What is it? It's a painted word.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right? Um, is it primarily a lot of people from the New York area because of the sort of publishing industry there, or is it folks from across the globe?
Uh, I don't know about. Oh, well, actually, there's one. I think there's a few people that are not in the U.S., but I think most are in the States, but not like really in this area. I mean, in our group, I have a friend who is also from Jersey, Ovni. And yeah, she's in the crit group, and I do meet with her here and there too. Um, but yeah.
And then this is gonna sound weird, but is the crit group a crit group, or is it a like the crit group that I'm in? We critique, but definitely not the way that we do in school. And it's more of I would almost call it a check-in group more than a
Mhm.
group, if that makes any sense. It's sort of like, hey, what project are you working on? Oh, cool, let me see. But it's not like, hey, I think you should move this over here. And you're not going piece by piece, or you're not going line by line to critique. Does it operate more like a traditional sort of school crit group, or is it a little bit more abstract than that at this point?
Um, I I think it's pretty. We do actual crit, where we show whatever we have, right? Like whether it's a writing or illustration, and then we talk about what works and what doesn't work and what could make it stronger. Or
Yeah, that's a real
yeah,
group.
it's a real crit group.
Yeah. It's not saying it doesn't crit, but I always feel like I'm the one that's doing most of the critting. I'm the one that's like, well, have you thought about this? And I think a lot of it is because I'm coming from school and I'm like that mindset. Uh, how are you with notes? How are you with edits? Like when they send those back, are you someone who's like, yeah, that's perfect. I really love that note. Or are you someone that sort of questions it on first pass?
Um, in edits on my work?
Yeah.
Oh, like from the publishers?
Yep.
Like, oh,
Yep.
when they send back notes?
Yeah.
Oh, how do I feel about it?
Yeah. Like, are you someone who gets? I think early on I got very defensive.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, they don't know what they're talking about. They they're hopeless kind of. And now I'm not that way.
Mm.
I hope I'm not that way. I might be a little, but are you like when you're dealing with getting someone who sort of like has to really parse it out for a long time? Like someone, I forget who it was, told me that they never look at the notes the day they get them. They give it a couple of days before they actually look at those notes because they don't want to get bogged down with details at that point. They just want to sort of let it. They want to know they got notes, but they don't want to fight it yet.
Mm.
And so I guess that's sort of where the question's coming from. Is sort of like how much do you love a note, and how do you process those notes on a regular basis?
Um, well, I think when I see the notes, I, well, I look at them right away actually when they send it, because I'm curious to know.
Yeah,
And and I think I take them, I take them pretty easily. Like I don't, yeah, and it's not like yeah, I don't think I'm like thinking like, oh, they don't know what they're talking about or anything, but I'm like, oh, okay, like I guess this is one way to look at it and things like that. And of course, it's not like I'm gonna, and then I have my own ideas too, and those are, things that I do ask about and talk about. But yeah, I don't think I have like a hard time with notes or anything like that.
wait, are you getting good notes that are like only praise?
No, no, like I mean, there's definitely notes where it's like, oh, I think this can change and things like that.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I mean those things too. Yeah, I think I'm like okay, and then sometimes I do disagree, but I'm like, I guess it is what it is, And
I,
then
I
I
was
ask about it and things like that, and if they're very strongly, but I think usually it's not like really like that. So yeah.
I forget who it was that I was talking to at one point, and they said basically they don't get notes really on any of their work, and I'm like, must be nice to not worry about that every time. And it was someone who was a relatively big star. And
Mm,
I'm assuming, and I could be wrong, but I'm assuming in that situation that maybe they're less likely to give notes because this person really has, experience or has uh, some sway of some sort. But I am not. I'm not to that level of any sort. I get notes that tell me. Well, I don't get notes that say this sucks, but
right.
definitely, we'd like to change this,
Mm,
that, um,
right.
in that sense. Um, when you get your books, and this is just out of curiosity because this always gets me, um, when you get them back in hand, especially if you're working traditionally, color and reproduction side, how off do you feel like your books are from original?
Oh, it's not too off actually, which I'm very glad about. I mean, there's certain colors that I feel like isn't as, yeah, but I think I think usually it's not too bad. Yeah.
I assume it's dark most of the time, or dark,
Yeah, it's a little darker than how I make it.
but it's not like something comes out wildly different.
No, no, usually not.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Because that can be, uh, in my opinion, that's very, really depends on the person how picky they are over color and things of this, or how tuned in even their their digital side of things is. Like, is their actual Photoshop, you know, gamut color range better than what the average person has. So I'm realizing this piece that I'm working on is going to take me long to hope for. I thought I was slowing down.
I was. Ooh.
Working.
Oh wow!
I don't know if you can
It
see it.
looks so. Wow.
This
Yeah,
is.
no, it's looking good so far.
I had to make a few little adjustments, but we're getting there. I need to do lots of shading and lots of coloring to make it feel closer to what is in the original design. So we'll get there. We're going to get
Wow.
there. So talk to me a little bit about sort of your practice as far as time and things of that sort. How much time do you put into your work? Like, are you someone who's in studio every day? What is studio for you? Is that home? Is that
Yeah, it's the downstairs. My bedroom's upstairs, and the downstairs is the studio space.
are you in an apartment or are you in a house?
It's a duplex.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
So you're not traveling long distances to get to your studio of any sort.
No. Yeah.
That's the one thing that I never understood is I have no capacity to leave my house and go do work. I would never do it. I would just stay at home and go like screw work at this point. With the studio, are you again time wise? Are you someone that's like an early morning? Are you a late night? Where does all?
I think I'm definitely more of a night owl. Yeah, I have slower mornings and then I work towards the afternoon.
You're full time, right? Doing illustration?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. With when deadlines approach, do you like change your habits as far as how much you're in studio?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think when deadlines approach, I'm just here all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it a distinct studio space that you have, or is it like a kitchen table situation?
It's not in the kitchen. Yeah, it's like a separate space. It's in the living room, but I closed it off with some like what's it called? Like a thing from IKEA. The standing thing. That it divides
Yeah,
the space.
like folding wall kind of.
Yeah.
Okay. I was like, what do you mean by this?
The standing thing from IKEA. Yes.
And the expectation that I would know the title of an IKEA thing is like,
Yeah.
you mean that thing with umlauts in it? And
Yeah. I would have been impressed if you knew.
I know. You mean a Florgan? You got a Florgan in your house? Can't believe it. No, I'm not going to ask this question because I don't want IRS to come at you. I was going to ask
Yeah.
about you write it off as a studio space on your taxes, but I don't want the answer to that.
Yeah, I'll keep
yeah.
it in. Yeah.
Yeah. Don't answer. They will come at you and they will come at you hard. No, it's that idea of like defining what is a studio, what isn't a studio is always a little tricky of what is acceptable and what isn't acceptable.
Right.
I try to teach it to my students, but I'm still not even 100% sure I know in every case. With the studio space, is it just you working in the space, or is there like is there are you roommates with folks? I don't even know what the wait, are you married?
No, I'm not.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm currently living with my family.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Yeah.
So your mom isn't trying to invade your space and go like, this is my studio space now?
No, not at all. Yeah,
Did,
they do their own thing, I do my own thing.
does she still do art at this point?
No, she doesn't.
Like, I know she had to give it up at some point, but she hasn't gotten back into it and said like, now's the time.
No. Yeah, she hasn't gotten back into it or anything.
Okay, you have a mission now. You know that, right? You can't You can't let your mom give up on art or design or fashion at this point. It was fashion, right?
Yeah, she was in that industry.
Yeah, you gotta force it out of her. You gotta say, now's the time. You gotta start making art again, and get her into what is your um, known to the IRS studio space, and give her access to all that. What specifically did she do in the industry?
She used to do like mall display stuff and like at the mall, like designing the space.
Oh, cool.
Like,
Like
yeah.
now, this is probably a reference that you will not understand based on
Mhm.
generation, but like the movie Mannequin.
Oh, you know how is that the one with Samantha from Sex and the City?
Is it Samantha from Sex and the City?
Okay, maybe I'm completely off.
No,
The actress.
you might be right. Let me ask my wife, Lauren. I don't know where she went. I'm gonna look it up. Hold on, I'm gonna look it up on my iPad. Um, let's see, because there was two movies. There was Mannequin and there was Mannequin 2.
Oh my gosh. Wait, I think the only reason I think I know about this is because I saw this guy on Instagram doing like a movie review about that movie.
Let's see, Mannequin cast, and it is Kim Cattrall. You're right.
Yes,
It is
Samantha.
James Spader and Estelle Getty. Wow, there's some names in that one. Yes, no, and it's the guy. I think the main guy is like a window display for some big high-end store, and it ends up that the mannequin comes to life. So, um, and it's some princess or something like that from
Yeah.
4 times. I mean,
Oh.
you know that you knew what that was. Wait, have you seen it fully? Like, have you seen?
I've no, I've never seen it. Do you recommend?
That's a loaded question. Do you like good movies?
Huh?
I said, do you like good movies?
Do I like good movie?
Yeah. In other
I mean it should be
words,
fun. I like fun movies.
okay, then if you like a cheesy, fun movie, then yes, watch it. But watch it knowing that it is not your typical quality movie. You're not going to compare it with like a Christopher Nolan movie or something.
Mm.
It is a real clunker when compared. But it can be fun if you go into it knowing that it's kind of cheesy and over the top.
Mm.
Um, would I watch it again? I absolutely would. And I watched it about 5 or 6 times when because cable was very limited at the time, so you watched what was on TV. Uh, but don't watch Mannequin 2. I will say that. Mannequin 1, no Mannequin 2.
What what is it the same premise as Mannequin 1?
Similar. Yeah. Similar premise. I forget if it's the same actress or not.
Mm-hmm.
A different cast that does it. Um, but I do remember that. Do you know the song "We Built This City on Rock and Roll"? We built this city. Bump, bump. What was it? Starship. I think that was in the original Mannequin, and that may be why I loved it because that was one of my favorite songs when I was little, and that may be the reason why I saw that movie over and over again.
Ah.
What kind of media are you? Are you a big movie buff? Are you someone who likes TV? Obviously, I'm assuming you like Sex in the City because you know.
Because I knew that.
What?
Oh, because I knew that the actress was in
Yeah.
Mannequin. Oh yeah, I mean, I actually yeah, I watched Sex and the City. I finished it pretty recently actually. Um, and I mean recently as in like last year. And that was my first time watching it. But yeah, it was fun. Yeah.
Is
Yeah.
it and the city or is it Sex in the City?
I think it's and.
Okay, so even you don't know. 100%.
Yeah. It's yeah, I'm not like a crazy
Yeah.
yeah, like I'm
You're
all
not
in it or anything. I
okay.
just watched it because I think it was on Netflix.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And
It
then so I was
should be on
watching it.
and you stumbled across it.
Mm-hmm.
Or, uh, is there like favorite type of movie, favorite type of TV that you lean on outside of those?
In terms of no, I think I have a pretty wide range in terms of movies and shows. I mean, it's except okay, the one thing I don't watch is horror, like ghost stuff. I could do zombies, but I don't like ghosts.
Because of
Oh,
fear of ghosts, or because you've seen too many and there's one right behind you right now?
no.
Oh,
I don't know. I don't know. It just makes me feel weird. It would scare me, I think. Yeah. I mean, you know what the crazy thing is? I like thrillers though. And like that should be more scary if anything, because it's people, right? But
yeah.
I don't
But
know. It's like, there's just different feel that you get from a thriller movie and versus like you know what it is? Like ghosts aren't tangible. Like
okay.
with thriller, like I guess like yeah, like I don't know how you would like be able to escape that in a sense.
Um, yeah, because they can like float through walls and
Yeah, and then like do stuff, and how are you supposed to capture or like end that thing, you know?
or like they can do so. Well, have you not seen Ghostbusters?
Oh,
Where
you suck them into a vacuum?
yeah, yeah, there's a method. You have to have the right type of equipment, and then
Right.
it's it all. Um, no, I'm trying. There's something like. Do you still do you have a basement in your house?
No. Not
Okay.
yeah, not
I was gonna say, did you ever have a basement in your
yeah,
house?
I did. I did have basement.
With that idea of like having to run up the stairs, where like you turn out the light, or like the lights at the top of the stairs or at the bottom of the stairs, and you still kind of run.
Oh
Uh,
yeah,
I
yeah.
I'm nearing 50 and I still do that. I don't believe in ghosts. I don't believe in those kinds of things.
Uh-huh.
But I'm still superstitious in weird ways. I still like there is a little bit of wiggle room in there to believe some of that stuff. But I don't want to admit that I'm full fledged like ghosts are real. Um, my wife and I there was I don't know if you've heard of the comic called what is it called? Uh, it's by Fran Kraus and Deep Dark Fears. Have you ever seen that comic anywhere? Deep Dark.
No.
It is a comic that people send in to him their deep dark fears, and then he illustrates them in a 4-panel comic.
Wait,
And
is this is a book? Like
yeah, there's a book.
oh.
Did them online. I think he still does them online at this point. Um, but the idea is like, what are fears that people have that are kind of ridiculous or over the top? And there was a point where my wife and I sort of came to the same conclusion that we thought, what if our pets are actually old relatives that have come back? But then, I don't know if this is going too far, but the equivalent of, if you're sitting on the toilet and
Hmm.
your cat wanders in,
Oh
or
no.
is that actually your distant relative watching you in that situation? When, of course, they shouldn't be, but so he made a little comic strip out of that. But that's the only time where I've really like questioned like, what if when it comes to like the afterlife of some sort, if that makes.
Hmm.
So don't let your pets into
The
into the.
bathroom.
Do you have pets?
No, but I kind of, I don't know what to call. He comes over often. There's a dog that I watch.
Okay, so you're pet adjacent.
Yeah, his yeah. So I have his bed is right here too because he comes over pretty often. Uh, yeah,
What kind of dog?
he's a coton de Tulier.
Oh, what a what?
they're called Coton de Tulier. I think they're like a French breed.
I think you're pulling my leg at this point. I've never heard of that before.
Oh my gosh. Wait, now I wanna it's to show you what they look like. They kind of he gets mistaken for a lot of stuff. Like mm, I'm gonna pull up a picture. Like
This is going to be new to me because I don't. It probably looks like something I've seen before, or like
yeah, no,
I,
for sure, but
I don't have a reference point for it.
their coat is very soft. It looks like this. I don't know if you could see the.
Hold on, wait. There's a delay on my end.
Oh,
So give me about 3 more seconds, and it will pop up on my iPad here, and there it goes. Oh, so it looks just like a little like
they kind of look like sometimes they look like Maltese or Bichon, like
yeah,
kind of like a mixture of those.
yeah.
But it's like when you touch their fur, it's super soft. Like the translation is literally cotton of Tulier.
Is what?
Cotton?
Oh, cotton. Okay.
Yes, a cotton of Tulier. And Tulier is like a city, I believe, in France or something like that. If I'm
It
completely off about this,
it
but I'm pretty
looks
sure
like
that's.
a dog, but it also looks like a dog that you have to brush regularly.
Oh yeah, you
Well,
do. You do. It will get tangled.
yes.
But super soft.
It looks very cute. And you said that it's just like a friend's dog that you watch periodically?
Yeah, well, it's our family friend. It's her dog, but yeah, he's kind of like my part-time dog.
Yeah. It's her dog, but it's everybody's dog.
Yeah, exactly. But
Yeah.
he thinks of me as a second mama, so
Does he, or is that just you?
he definitely does.
He thinks of me as the best person in the world, but
He
yeah,
loves me.
he doesn't have an opinion in this at all. It's
Yeah, he has no choice.
yep.
He has to love me.
Yeah, with I mean, I imagine that based on where I get a sense of where you are located, um, is it uh, is it a like this is so weird. I don't know why I'm asking this question. This is a dumb question, but I was gonna say, are you in a location where there are lots of animals out and about? Like when I think of northern New Jersey, I don't think of like unless you're in like suburb. I don't think of it as like a super pet friendly area. But I could be wrong. That could be
Oh,
me.
yeah. I mean, there are a lot of animals around here. Yeah. There's also a lot of like random animals, not just like pets. Like we literally there's like turkeys and stuff sometimes.
Okay,
Like
so yeah, you are not in the. Well, I guess that's. I was gonna say you're not in the city, but I used to go into Boston, and there were turkeys that would go in Boston. So that's
yeah, there's turkeys. I've seen a fox before, deer, and some other random stuff. Possum.
any any dangerous, horribly poisonous, awful animals, or is it all relatively safe stuff?
No, I think the most dangerous is skunk
Mm,
in this area.
mm. Do
Yeah.
you hate skunk smell?
Oh yeah. Yeah. Like I remember once at another location we were living in, the skunk like literally farted on my window or something like that, and I literally thought I was gonna die. Yeah, like I felt like I was getting gassed in.
I like the idea of a skunk specifically going up to your window, like
Yeah.
that. It was a distinct choice by the skunk to do that. It wasn't
Like
nearby. It just literally said, "I'm gonna go hit this window." And,
yeah, he said I'm gonna release it right here.
yeah, we had in an apartment that my wife and I used to live in. There was a day where we were pretty sure, not a day, a couple of days, where we were pretty sure there was a skunk living in the bushes outside of our apartment, and it was Yes, quite horrendous at times, trying to deal with the smell. But I'm going to tell you a little secret, and this is not so secret, at
Mhm.
least not in my house. Um, I kind of like the smell of skunks.
No.
Hmm?
No.
Now, let me clarify.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, let me
Please
clarify.
do, please.
It's not uh, just the smell of skunks. It has to be like if it's right next to my head, no way. I'm not out. That is not my cup of tea. But if it's dissipated a little bit, the way that I've said it to people is there's probably about like 30% of me that hates it and 70% of me that kind of likes it.
30% that hates and 70% that likes it.
Yeah, more like than hate. And I can't say that it's the best uh, thing in the world, but it's sort of like the smell of gasoline.
Yeah, will you
I'm
like
not,
that gasoline smell?
well, I wouldn't say that I love it, but I know I'm not supposed to like it, but it's also not the worst thing in the world. That there's a charm to it, and
I see. Huh.
so I'm not saying I want a skunk in my house
Right.
unless it was like de-stunkified. But um, I don't know. Next time a skunk sprays near you, I, or not near you, but like you're driving and you smell skunk outside or something like that. I want you to take a second and I want you to think: is it as bad as people think it is, or is it just we've been trained to think it's an awful smell?
Oh no, it definitely is as bad as it's definitely bad. There's no, yep.
Now, it also sounds like you've got traumatized,
Oh
but
yeah.
and so that may weigh into this a little bit. You're not coming at this with a clean slate here.
Well, I love how you're defending the skunks.
Yeah, hey, what did they do to anybody? It's not this wasn't their choice to have a rancid ass. It was someone else decided that for them. Um, this is one of those things where at the beginning of the night we're talking about books, and at the end of the night I'm asking you to give some time and patience to the smell of skunks, and not to prejudge the smell of skunk. Um, that was a very strange tangent, and I'm not sure why we went there. Okay.
Yeah, we
Uh,
talked about skunks for quite a bit.
yeah, well, I'm willing to go hard. I'm willing to talk about skunks for a good portion of the night, if you would like. Um, I'm willing to talk about anything and everything. That's the rule. And even if it devolves into that. Um, tell me a little bit about hopes and dreams as an illustrator. The way that I ask my students is, what do you want to be when you grow up?
Hmm.
So thinking towards the future.
Hopes and dreams.
Yeah.
Um, well, I do hope. Hmm. I mean, I think I just want to continue doing this, for the rest of my life. Like to be able to continue doing it. And um like I want to look back like at now and be like, wow, I really grew a lot from then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was a question I used to ask people, and it's a little bit dangerous to ask it now, which was, um, if you had to illustrate for someone else,
Hmm.
be the author that you'd want to illustrate for. And admittedly, a lot of people used a name that has blown up in the news, the Kidlit news.
Oh, yeah, I I know. Yes.
Yeah,
Hmm.
you know who I'm talking about. I'm not
Yes.
names,
Hmm.
but you
Right,
know.
right, right. Yes.
Uh, but are there authors in particular like, oh man, this person does really amazing work that I'd really want to sort of pursue a book with them at some point?
I think, well, I really like Kelly DiPuccio's writing. It's
Mm-hmm.
really, yeah, I really enjoy her books, and Amy Dykman as well.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah. There's just so many great authors out there, honestly. Like there's so many people I would be honored to work with one
The
day.
I didn't even know how to say Kelly's name.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're right or
It's
wrong
I
in that.
think I'm butchering it. I'm sorry.
No, but that's, I mean, it's probably right, and I
I
just never said it out loud.
right.
It's all a gamble in my book of like Kelly DePacchio DePichimocho. I don't know where
Yeah.
I'd go with it, but um, and then uh, have you done other type of sequential work? Have you done stuff like um, uh, comics or graphic novels or things of the sort? Because they are essentially like the industry itself seems to favor a lot of sort of graphic novel stuff recently, and I'm wondering sort of like what's your experience with some of that? Are you uh, like in tune with that sort of world of sequential?
Um, I haven't worked on something like that yet, but I would love to eventually. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to like be very careful in deciding some color stuff here. And
Mm-hmm. Oh, I haven't gotten a chance to look at the screen. I was just like down there. Oh, sorry. I see that we have a question.
oh, we do.
What are the colored
Oh, yeah,
pencils we're using?
that's my
Or
wife. I missed that. My wife
yes,
is probably angry at me for not.
is
What are
a colored pencil or
she said colored pens.
pen? Oh, this or
Probably the markers that you're using of some sort.
yeah, I was using the Ecoline brush pens. Yeah,
Oh
this
yeah,
was
yeah. Okay, yeah, those
and
guys.
then before the green was the Tombow.
Ah, yes.
Yes, Tombow brush pen.
Wait, there's a delay, so I'm waiting until it comes up. Oh yeah, yeah, the Tombow. Got it.
Yes.
Got it. Um, is that something that you use on the regular, those type of brushes, or is that
Uh,
um,
these?
yeah, the sort of like are those alcohol based, or are those, I'm trying to remember what the Tombow is.
Mm,
I think they're alcohol based.
yeah. Um, yeah, I take these out on the go more so. So they're like outside sketching or like, just yeah, that kind of thing. But I haven't used them in any of my book work or anything like that.
A quick, easy way to apply color without having to get out a full paint set.
Right, right. When I
Uh,
just want to do something quick.
how often do you get to sketch?
Um, how often do I get to sketch? I guess whenever I'm sitting down, not all the time, but like when I'm out and I'm just I have I have just time to just kind of
So you're not
uh,
setting aside specific time, but it's just when you're out and about, you do it.
yeah, yes.
Some sort. Okay. Is it something that is a big part of your practice? Like when you're, prepping for a book, um, is are you doing lots and lots of pre, uh, finished illustration work like color studies and character sketches and things of the sort? Or are you more intuitive when it comes to the actual application?
Um, yeah, I do a lot of sketches beforehand.
To the point that you're sending stuff off to the publisher, or is that stuff that's more for your production sake?
Oh, it's more for my production sake.
And then when you do sketches for a book, what to what extent do your sketches live? if this makes any sense, like how much are you putting into a sketch before you send it off? Are you someone who has a very like well-defined sketch? Is that something that um, is loose in its application? Like out of curiosity, maybe this is the best way to say it. Do you have any sketches around from any of the books that you could show just so we could get a sense of
Yeah, let me
complexity, I guess, of sketch for you?
see. Well, it's pretty loose. Let me try to find some. Give a
I mean, if it's too hard to find it, don't worry about it. I just
No, it should be around this here. Oh yeah, I think I have some. Oh, like for example, like okay. So this was like a storyboarding I did with Toasty, one of the versions.
okay.
Yeah. Like so it's pretty rough, I would say. And then I would just blow up these and then kind of just go into it from
Do you
there.
is that's what you're making for yourself, or that's what you're making to send off to a publisher?
I send to publishers uh I mean it's a little more cleaned up than this. Yeah, but I do show them this too, I think.
Yeah.
I think I did.
So they get to see sort of the thumbnail process, but
Right. Just like
it,
to see the layout, like what it would look like, and then it would be a little more cleaned up.
yeah. I think it's more loose like that, the
Yeah.
initial pitch, because I feel like I put so much effort into making a nice, clean sketch. Even to this day, I'm still trying. Like I keep saying, "Oh, my stuff's getting looser and looser," but in reality, I don't know if it truly is. But seeing that, I just don't have to go huge on everything in order for. Is when you hand those in, do you get a lot of? Because this is my concern, more so than what needs to be introduced here. But you get a lot of like, what is this? What is in the sketch process because it's loose? Like I'm so worried about them not understanding what the image is.
All right. Um, yeah, I think when it's like thumbnails, like you really it my thumbnails are really illegible. Like you can't it looks super cryptic. I think that's when there's a lot of questions more so. But I think with sketches, yeah, I think I actually there's a couple rounds of sketches too. But as they go, they get a little more clear.
Yeah, I mean the sketches that I showed you tonight. Uh,
Mhm.
I'll get that one down again. So something like
Yeah.
this, or like what I hand in as a loose sketch for me, and
Right.
it doesn't mean that it gets much tighter.
Mm.
That's sort of the level that I sketch at. And so I like looking at those thumbnails. I need to do more of those like really, really rough. And I'm not saying your work is rough. That sounds like I'm going like, well, you do that stuff that's real sloppy stuff you do. No, that's not what I'm saying here. I'm saying that I need to get uh, less precious about the sketch stage of it. Uh,
Mm.
I'm not fighting a to make it, perfectly clear in the first pass. Leave a little bit of ambiguity showing up in it. With the work that you do in that early stage, how much of it do you think ends up in the actual final production?
Um, I think, huh, from the early stage.
I mean, the reason I'm asking is in the sense of um, I was meeting with someone today as a
Mm.
mentor thing that I was doing, and I was telling them that the stuff that they hand in with their initial pitch for a book idea, there's a strong likelihood that none of that ends up in the actual finished product because
Right.
going to move, it's going to ebb, it's going to flow. And to not put too much heart into making, everything perfect in that initial pass, because you want to leave a little wiggle room. You want to make sure the story becomes better along.
Right.
And if you sort of overwork at the beginning, you're going to end up losing things that you really thought were precious or important in that process. And so I'm wondering, in the sense of when you're working in that initial stage, do you end up with a lot of stuff that just ends up on the cutting room floor, or do you have a lot of work that makes it into the finished product from that early start of sorts?
Mm, yeah, no, I think it's a good mindset to have, like just not being too attached to your initial ideas and all of that. Um, but yeah, like I think that's something I could work on a bit. Like I try to uh I think I submit something once I really feel like it's like so ready, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Um, but then I think by then I'm like low key attached to it somewhat.
Yep.
Um, and I'm like, no, that's not a good mentality to have though. Yeah, it's I think it's good for yeah to be I guess like more I don't know what's the word to say, but yeah, like I think you shouldn't be too attached from the beginning.
Yeah. More flexible,
Yes, yes,
adaptable, let's put it that,
yes,
of some sort.
exactly.
No, I was saying to students, we had, I don't know if they did this at MICA, but at the end of the semester we do uh, portfolio reviews essentially of the entire school. So like the illustration students would see a variety of different professors from different programs, and they just go through and look at your work that you did for the semester. Uh,
Mm,
and one of the things that I tend to tell people is that um, they need to make more mistakes.
mm,
They get caught up in this like um, everything needs to be perfect, and they don't experiment in the end. And so there's a lot of me trying to tell them like you need to let go of pieces. And the way that the way that I try to poke the bear in this situation is to say, there's a fire in the building right now. You can only save one piece. What piece are you saving? And most of the time, they can very quickly say, that's the piece. This is the one that I got to
right,
save. And then that immediately rules out for me of, oh well, then the rest of the pieces are not as critical to you, and you can get rid of them if you needed to. Uh,
mm,
they're not as important, and why, and that's okay that they don't live up to the same standard as the rest of the work that you're presenting to us. But sort of forcing their hand to say, um, work doesn't have to be precious. It doesn't have to
right.
be your baby. It is meant to help you grow, and that's about it. Um,
Mm,
if someone's listening right now and you had to give advice, you know, going back to that, it's a classic college trope of like, if you could go back and do it all over again, you could tell yourself one thing.
right.
What's the one thing that you would tell yourself at this point, or anyone out there?
I think I would say yeah, like I think yeah, I mean speaking on that topic of being too like precious with certain things and being afraid of like making mistakes and stuff, I think I would tell myself like don't be afraid to make mistakes and just be free about it. And I would also say like take care of your health. Like don't yeah, like like we sit down for so long, right? Like a chunk at a time, right? I don't know if you do that, but I
Yep.
yeah, it's like it's not good for our backs. We got to get up once in a while. Um, and like I think in college I don't know, I really neglected my health, and
Yeah.
I'm like, for what though? Like I think I was so in like I guess like I was so into whatever I was doing at the moment. Like I was low key like a workaholic when I was in school. And um yeah, like I would do all-nighters sometimes for no reasons, even when I didn't have like
Oh,
deadlines for certain things. Yeah.
wrong. Why would you do that?
Yeah, like I would do all-nighters like and I would draw all night and like experiment with things and I like would sacrifice sleep and things like that. But I would say like, like I we have to take care of our bodies. Yeah.
There's when you were in school, did they do the Graphic Artist Guild's book with you? You know,
Uh yeah, no, I think I remember what the is it the my gosh, I'm like imagining the cover right now and I don't know if it's
well,
the right
it could be
one.
the same cover or it could be a different cover. Actually, if it would when you were in school, it'd be a very different cover than what it is now. Let's see, what would have
What
been?
was what was the information that was in it?
It was like contracts and pricing.
Oh yeah,
Uh,
yes.
I think of your era, maybe it was a big sort of bullseye looking cover, or potentially it was a yellow cover with
Oh
like
yeah, yes.
scissors and things on it of some sort. It was probably one of those two things. Um, but in the last few years, they have introduced a section that is about health and safety.
Oh wow.
It used to be just a like, here's how you price things,
Right.
done, and now it's become this like, hey, you got to take care of your body. Here's materials that you need to watch out for.
Yeah.
I can give harmful fumes, uh,
Right.
like carpal tunnel,
Oh
and
my gosh, yes.
it's so important, especially for those of us who have uh, seen some of the ramifications of a unhealthy practice, or
Right.
like my back is shot at this point
Oh
as
my gosh. Yeah.
the amount of hours I spend leaning over.
Right. For sure. Like and your is your neck and your shoulder not great either?
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah. I feel like this is all common in artists.
Specifically illustrators because
Yeah.
the
Right.
now maybe not as much now that there's like a lot of digital art, but back in the day, at least of my era, there was lots of studio desks like I'm working on now, without a lot of care for healthy posture,
Right.
and so yes, we get to reap the benefits of horrible uh, work ethic issues like that.
Right.
Have you had major aches and pains at this point? Like, have you had doctor visits because of um, the stuff that you put your body through on this?
Yeah. Yeah. And even like I mean now too, like I feel like I'm still like, recovering from a lot of the damage I've already done too.
Yeah.
And even like and I'm trying to get into like a healthier state overall because, like if we want to do this long term, we have to make sure that our body can function to do that, like well and all of that. But yeah, like I mean I go to the chiropractor at least like once in 2 weeks to get adjustments and things like that too. Um, and yeah.
Does a chiropractor work? And this
Um,
is I'm always a little
no,
skeptical of it.
I get it. I think you should be careful on like who you
Yeah.
go to too, because I mean I guess that applies to anywhere, but
Yeah.
I yeah, like the chiropractic that I specifically go to is like a corrective chiropractic. And so he's like adjusting my bone kind of. Yeah, like to put it back into its place rather than like kind of just um what's it called? Just like dealing with the pain. So there's like when you take like an x-ray after like a year or something like that and you're doing, doing all the stuff that you have to do, then you're kind of regaining the curvature of your neck and stuff back.
And you notice a distinct difference.
Yeah. Yeah. But like sometimes I'm just yeah, I should be a little better, like in terms of doing certain things that he has recommended too, like, you know, like working out and things like that.
Yeah.
Um,
Doing what you're doing basically is it's that, like, it always hurts when I do this, and then, well, don't do that.
right,
But it's a chiropractor telling you the exact same thing.
right, right.
No, I'm always hesitant about the idea of like bone adjustment. That worries me a little bit.
Yeah.
I know that eventually it might be worth it. I mean, my brother just on Monday had his spine fused, his
Oh,
brain fused because he had a back injury that's been bothering him for years, and I know it runs in the family a little bit. Uh,
oh,
had a bad back, and so like, there's part of me that goes like, well, at what point does the fear seed to I need to get this done sort of,
right.
and I don't know when or how that's gonna sort of manifest itself, but at some point maybe I will try a chiropractor just to see. I go through stages. I've probably mentioned it on here before. I've had my shoulders both frozen.
Oh,
Ever had a frozen shoulder
yeah.
where it, like, you literally can't move your shoulder?
Oh my gosh. So what you do?
I had to wait it out. And
Oh, you just wait it out?
yeah, there's no fancy like here's the thing that you do and it solves it. It was I had to wait for the muscles and the inflammation to go away.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, there was like a cortisone shot or something of the sort at one point that they did, uh,
Right.
but it was. I asked the doctor. I was like, "What?" Like it just came out of nowhere, and he goes, "Do you do repetitive motions?" And I was like, "Well, I paint,
Mm,
not using my shoulder all that often, so I don't know what it was." But both of them went out over time. But he pretty much chalked it up to being an illustrator was the thing that did it.
right.
So it's it's not as easy as they say it is making art. We have to
Right.
suffer. We have to suffer for our
For
art.
sure.
Um, is there, thinking about longevity, thinking about the idea of getting old in this industry, which
Mm.
you are still a spring chicken. You are not old of any sort. Um, you don't have any gray hairs that I could see. Um, but that idea of, retirement and that kind of stuff, at this point, do you just think you're going to paint until you're gone? Or this is a really dark question, I guess. But I mean, I like, there's part of me that wants to retire at some point and just like,
Right.
you know, not have to make art in order to survive.
Mm.
There's other,
Right.
like, clearly they're just going to make art until the end.
Right.
Feel guilty saying, well, I don't necessarily want to do that.
Right.
I'm wondering, like, is that something that you see for yourself? Do you see yourself ever stopping at some point? Or slowing down or taking a different pathway in art? Like, I think I'll probably always make art, but it won't be. I want to stop having to do commercial stuff at some point.
Mm. Hmm. I mean, I don't know what I feel like my answer could be different like years down the line, right?
Yeah,
But I think as of now, I would like to do it until I'm gone. But
the very end. Yeah,
right, but yeah, I don't think like I don't want to have to like like out of more so like because I want to rather than like because I have to kind of
yeah.
thing.
Less
Um,
at that.
yeah, that kind of thing. But yeah.
I I mean, I think I will probably transition to a different type of artwork.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know if it's the same for you, but I feel like I'm gonna guess about every 5 years,
Yeah.
maybe 6 years, I go through some sort of like art life crisis of things start to get a little static, and I need to change up what I'm doing and do something that's a little bit different or a different approach.
Mm.
Even now, I've been doing the collage thing for so long that I'm starting to paint more again on the collage, um, just because I'm using the collage as a base more than anything, and um, I don't know if that will stay. I don't know if that probably in another couple of years I'll be like, collage is stupid. I don't want to do it anymore. Um, But I go through that change, and I have a feeling that by the time I hit the age of decrepitude, and yes, I made that word up. I don't know.
But for some
Uh,
reason, I knew exactly what you
oh, yeah,
meant. Yeah,
or decrepitude.
yeah. That
Uh,
should be a real word.
yeah. Lauren, if you're listening upstairs, write down decrepitude. Uh, decrepitude. Yep, that's the title. If you want it to be the title, or title or titles for the. So I don't know. We probably said something funny earlier that we could make the title, but decrepitude. It's so fun to say. Say it for me. Sarah.
Decrepitude?
Yeah, decrepitude.
Decrepitude.
Yeah, it's got hard consonants in it. Uh,
Yeah.
decrepitude. Anyways. Oh, remember we were talking about what was it? What was the subject that we talked about that was weird? That like uh,
Oh, mannequin?
what was?
Or what? Wait. Uh, weird? I think we talked about a couple weird skunks.
But there was something
Um,
3/4 of the way through that I remember saying to you, like we started out talking about like business stuff, and here we are talking about this, and it was, oh man, I can't remember what it was now.
it
It,
was it was not skunks.
oh, that's what it was. It was skunks. You're right. Skunks. Uh, yeah. So that may end up being the title of the show in the end. Um, how are you a podcast listener? Like, do you listen to illustration podcasts and things of the sort?
Um, do I listen to illustration podcasts? Not too much because it's taking me time to even think about it actually. But um, I listen. I know we talked about thrillers before, but I remember you made like a reel or something, and I
Oh,
commented on it.
yes,
Uh,
about
True crimes.
true crime stuff. Are you a true crime junkie?
Yeah, I do. I do listen to true crime when
Okay.
I'm.
What
Yeah, and your reel was so relatable.
now? Are you a see the one that I particularly like is Chris Hansen.
Oh,
Not Chris Hansen. Keith Morrison. That's
Keith
who.
Morse.
He's from Dateline NBC, and just his delivery on stuff. If you've never listened to a Keith Morrison one, you need to listen to a Keith Morrison one. Um,
Ah,
they're in my opinion the over the top.
hmm.
There's something a little cheeky about the way he delivers some of his lines. Um, he's the one to beat. Let's put it that way. And so look up, and he puts out like 3 a year, and
Oh
they're like
wow.
6 episodes long, something like that.
Ah, wow.
Maybe a half an hour each episode, but totally worth it. Um,
I'll look him up.
yes, and then when you hear the delivery that he has in his readings, and the way he sort of conveys the story idea, or
Hmm.
real, but the way he conveys some of that, you will write me back and you'll say, "I get
Yeah.
Morrison is my hero." Um, but do you listen to it while you're working on Kidlit stuff then too?
Yeah, I do. It's kind of just like in the background. Yeah, like I mean, it's not all the time like that I'm working and I'm just tuning into true crime all the time. That would be crazy, but I do listen to true crime when I'm working here and there.
What ones have you listened to, or what's your fave?
Um, do you know Call Me Chris? Do you know who that is?
No, I don't know that one. What's
Oh, okay. She's a pretty big YouTuber, but she also has the podcast channel on Spotify.
okay?
And so I listen to her pretty often. Or Rotten Mango. I don't know if you've heard of that one.
That one sounds familiar. I don't know if it's something that I've listened to or if it's just a title that I've heard before, but that does sound.
Yeah. It's it's the girl who does Stephanie Sue. She's the one who yeah, the
So
main speaker.
you
Hmm.
like some dead folks showing up in your feed? You like to listen to a little like is it true crime in the sense of like murder stuff, or is it true crime in like just any old crime that you
I,
like to?
I think it's just like general. I mean, like there is murder stuff, and then there's like I've seen I've heard some other ones that weren't murder, but I think there is a lot of murder in those.
Yeah.
I feel like this conversation's dark.
Oh, I talked about what you're gonna do when you die or something like that already, so it's gotten dark.
Dark energy.
Yeah,
Oh
we
gosh.
vibe pretty early. Um, is there like when you're listening to that stuff, do you listen to anything that's lighter fare to cleanse the palate of any sort, or is it all like my wife and I are watching The Boys, the last season of The Boys, and
Oh.
I don't know if you've ever seen it, but it's a little dark and a little
Oh.
up. And so when we're done watching something like that, we often watch something that's comedic to make ourselves feel a little better.
Yeah. No, I have to. Like if I listen to a true crime thing, then I always have to like watch or listen to something lighter like, by the end of the day
Yeah.
to kind of like cleanse out whatever I listen to. Yeah. But I I'm trying to think what I mean, sometimes I go on YouTube and then I just hear like look at some animal videos. Um
You'd see animal videos or no, wait, true crime animal videos? Is that what you're?
no, no. It's like train like just like learning about animals and things
Yeah.
like that. Um and like in Korea there's like a really famous dog trainer and he has a show where he he gives you like a lot of tips on how to raise your dog or whatever. So
And so
yeah.
that's your like cute moment to lighten your mood before you go off to bed.
Yeah, like I would have to watch some or like yeah, like some food or animal videos.
The yeah, there's a couple of times where like I'm working late during deadlines, or I know that I have in the past, where I've listened to some stuff. My wife's already gone to bed, and like all the lights are off in the
Oh my
house,
gosh.
and then you listen to something that's a little dark,
Yeah.
and you go into your house and you're like, ooh, this is not cool. This was the bad thing to listen to.
Right. I shouldn't have done this. You're regretting
Yeah,
choices.
and I'm a fairly big dude. There's probably not a lot that um a lot of worry that I have of like that kind of stuff, but there's still, like I said, I run up from the basement still. That's part of the thing. It's just, it never leaves you, that little kid mentality of safety that needs to.
Right.
Um, we have, I'm just letting you know, we're already at, oh, it's 11:11.
Oh wow. Oh, make a wish.
This is cruising. Uh, I have quite a bit more to do on this to get this. I still have like leaves on the trees. I still have colors to add, etc. But
Wow.
that it's already gotten to that point where when you go back to your bedroom at the end of the night, there might be a ghost.
No.
Are there other things you're afraid of at this point in your life? I know it's a weird question to start with, but like are there animals that you're like, I could do without?
I mean like or like more so like I don't know, but like mm, I think about bugs more. Like how there's a lot of bugs that I'm good to like yeah, like I wish they just like didn't exist.
Like what? What kind of bugs are we talking?
Oh, you would agree with me on these. Like ticks, they
Okay,
can go. They can go. And
I doubt there's anybody out there that's like, I love it.
supporting ticks. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. They're the most useless of them all, I think. And then there's mosquitoes, they can go too, and cockroaches.
Mm-hmm.
And oh, and well, I actually do
Oh,
centipedes. Oh, I hate centipedes too. Oh my gosh.
do
Creeps
you
me
have
out thinking about it.
down there? Do they have? We call them X-file bugs up here, but they're house centipedes.
Oh, the silverfishes?
Yeah, the ones with like the little
Ah,
holes.
yeah, you're
Oh,
right. Oh my gosh. Yeah.
those I don't know what purpose those bugs serve because
I know to what just creep you out.
the
Yeah.
purpose is to like hang out in a bathtub. That's
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
um no, there's a couple of things that like I'm willing to wipe off this planet.
Yes,
Those,
exactly. They can go.
yeah, those
Yeah.
range, and I know that like mosquitoes, birds eat mosquitoes and they survive off them, but there's part of me that goes, you know what? I'm willing to make that sacrifice of those birds. So I don't have to deal with mosquitoes going forward.
Right, exactly. I
It's
mean, they
not
can.
the nice mentality, but it not too far from the truth. Uh,
Yes. But yeah, I think in terms of animals though, wait, do you have an animal that you're like, oh, they can go kind of thing?
um, sea cucumbers don't
Oh my
need.
gosh.
I mean, not like I'm running into them on a regular,
Yeah. On
but
your daily.
yeah, like oh man, another sea cucumber. I am I am someone who I can date it back to a specific time, I think, but I do not like gelatinous animals.
Oh, like jellyfishes and stuff?
Yeah, they're cool looking. I'll give you that, but like they creep me out. Like jellyfish doesn't make any sense. Like what is it? It doesn't make there's I don't get it at all. And so
Mm,
I'm willing to just say like, you know what? I don't need jellyfish in my life. I'm willing to let them go. But I would say stuff like squids and octopus and stuff like that.
yeah.
Octopi are so smart and wonderful.
Yeah.
I never want to touch an octopus.
Oh,
No.
you don't want to touch them, just
No. Uh-uh.
oh, is it the texture?
I think that has a lot to do with it.
Mm-hmm.
There was a time. Have you ever touched a dolphin?
No, you've touched a dolphin?
Yeah. You can do it at places like there was a refuge place that we went to, or refuge. That's not the right word. Rescue,
Uh-huh.
Florida refuge,
Yes.
rescue, Florida, and they had dolphins there, and you could pay an extra little bit of money, and they would come out of the water, and you could hug them.
You can hug
Uh,
them?
oh yeah, you could do that kind of stuff.
Oh,
Side, we hugged a seal.
oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Smelled like dead fish. It was a gross smell, but the dolphin, I didn't know what to expect, but all that blubber under the skin or all that, fat under the skin made it like bouncy. It felt like you were touching sort of like a hard pillow, if that makes sense.
Wait,
Like
did you say hard Play-Doh?
no, a hard pillow, like
Oh, a hard pillow.
a hard foam pillow specifically.
Oh, when
Felt,
you hug the dolphin?
yeah, and it was a little too weird in my mind.
I can I never have touched a dolphin before, but I feel like I already understand what that
Yeah,
feels
it,
like.
it was a strange feeling. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Uh, and so I don't know if I need to do it again if given the opportunity, but I'm not going to go out of my way to touch
Hmm.
it again. I've done it. I've done my fair share of dolphin touching. Let someone else try. Um, but that to answer your question, basically, there are some animals that I'm willing to get rid of. What about?
Mm.
There's got to be something. There's got to be this critter out there that you're like, to hell with it. I don't want that anymore in my life.
I don't like reptile stuff. Like reptile animals. I feel like my brain is broken right now. It's,
Does that mean like snakes? Does that mean
yeah.
lizards? What?
Yeah, I'm not really a fan of snakes or like just those slippery slithering.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like I hate them or anything where I'm like, oh, they all need to be gone or anything like that, but I would just rather not come across one.
Okay. Okay. That
Or
makes.
like actually there's a couple animals I wouldn't want to come across. Like if I was like out on a stroll. Like like a bear, that's scary. I like looking at them though from
Yeah.
afar, but
I
like
think that
not.
I think that's
Mhm.
the challenge. Like I want to look at mosquitoes up close, but I don't want to have a mosquito on me.
Oh, I don't want to see a mosquito up close. I
Oh,
feel
so
like I feel like they'll look really creepy.
They'll just be staring at you going, I could bite you right now.
Yeah, I don't want to see that. And yeah.
But I think for most of the part, like the animals that I'm not keen on, I still think are worth looking at. I never
Mm,
fish.
right.
I'm not a fish toucher. There,
So everything that's like slippery like that,
yeah,
right?
yeah, Lauren, there's your title for the show right there. I'm not a fish toucher. I don't know what that means. Like most normal state in the world. I'm not a.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard that sentence in my life. Now that I think of it, I'm not a fish toucher.
But like I don't mind the idea of snorkeling, but I don't want those fish coming up to me.
Hmm.
If that makes any sense.
Right. I see what you mean.
It's not that I'm not crazy. I know that. I also know that it's maybe a little bit of a weird statement. Okay, so here's the question du jour then, which is, okay, we've been talking about animals that we don't like. What's on your bucket list for animals? Like, my number one is holding a baby orangutan. That is on my bucket list. If I can do that before I pass,
Oh,
that is up there because I think they're
yeah.
just the most cute baby animal there ever is.
Oh my gosh.
So, what is your baby orangutan?
Oh, I have many actually, but
Prove
I
it.
okay. So I definitely I want to take a selfie with a quokka.
Okay, yes, the
Yeah,
smiley.
they're so cute. And I love how they smile for the camera like that. Or is that just their face?
I think that's just their face,
Oh,
but we'll pretend. No,
yeah.
they love you and they think you're amazing.
It's so cute. Yeah. I I wanna yeah, I wanna take a picture with them. I wanna also are we talking about holding?
It doesn't matter. I just like, what's the bucket list? I mean, to me, it's holding or petting or like,
Yeah.
what do you want to get access to animal wise in your life?
I wanna hold like a baby koala.
Now, do you know that koalas are riddled with syphilis, right?
Okay, let me take that back. I did not know that. Let me take that back.
You got it. You got to do some research there.
Oh
Uh,
yeah. That was not enough research. Yeah, this is why this
I mean,
is why you should.
you can. People do. I'm just letting you know that they are known for that
Oh
level.
no, I would rather hold a safer animal then. What about hmm, there's other I've seen these online. I don't know. I don't know anything about them. They could be poisonous too or something for all I know. Do you know honey bear kinkajous? Have you heard of
Uh,
those?
yes, I do. My wife, it's one of her favorite animals.
Oh my gosh, yes. Are they safe?
I don't, Lauren, are kinkajous poisonous? Are they dangerous in any way? Oh, slow lorises are poisonous, but kinkajous, but they stink a little, right? Or am I thinking there's something else that smells like popcorn? Oh, Benchball, yeah, yeah, yeah. So no,
What?
totally safe. You get a pass on that one. My wife says they smell good. I don't know if she's ever smelled one, but yeah. So yeah, kinkajou, right up there.
Yeah,
That's a
so
good one.
cute.
That's a good one. I think a baby chimp as well for me.
Oh, you like that monkey family.
Yeah, I'm in the monkey world, but
Oh,
I think a sloth would be fun to hold.
oh, they they grow moss on them, right? And things
Yeah,
like that.
yeah, but they move about the speed that I like to move, so
Yeah.
that's fair game. Like, I'm trying to think if there's like something other than like um uh tree dwellers, essentially. Like, is there? I can't think of a lizard I want to touch. I can't think
Yeah.
of like, I mean, a kinkajou. If I could hold a kinkajou, I'd be happy holding a kinkajou. There's nothing wrong with a kinkajou.
Mm.
I also, it's something about the like human eyes and knowledge and like the feels so connected to me that orangutan or chimp or an ape of some sort. Like I just feel like you could look at them and they would get you in
They,
some way.
oh, like they understand your emotions?
Yeah, like they there's something where it's like you can see into their eyes and you're like they're more than just an animal. They're like a creature that understands us, and I don't know. There's something. I feel like there's something deeper about them, but also there's just stupid cute. So that's
Mm.
now I'm gonna ask a bold question. This is a question I probably shouldn't ask in general as well, but do you like babies and kids?
Do I like being?
It's a dangerous question to ask a lady because I don't want it to be implied like, oh, when are you having kids? When are you having kids?
Uh-huh.
But some people love holding a little baby.
Yeah.
I am someone where like I don't think I was a baby person. Well, I was a baby person at one point, but I did not have little babies around in my life until really I had a kid. But
Mm.
like I would give anything to hold a little baby again
Right.
because they're just kind of adorable little pudgy sacks.
Yeah.
And so like I think that's part of the orangutan thing too, is like it's not only is it just an animal, but it's baby like.
Right. I get it. Um, yeah, but I am a huge baby person.
I mean, I feel like if you're in kidlit, you kind of have to like kids in some way, or
Yeah,
have an understanding of them.
right.
You're out there making work for someone that you hate.
Oh my gosh.
Well, I have students that were in my class that they were like, "Ah, kids are the worst." And I'm like, "But you're making kidlit art right now, like
Right.
that's sort of against the grain. You need to allow kids to be kids and appreciate how silly and potentially annoying they are at some point."
Right.
Do you have siblings?
Yes, I do. I have one younger brother,
Okay, how much younger?
like 1 year younger.
I was gonna say, were they that idea of like, were you fed up with kids because you had a younger sibling of any sort at any point? If they're 1 year younger, you were right there with them.
Yeah.
Perception of my annoying little sibling. With would you? I haven't even asked this. I'm surprised I haven't asked it. We haven't talked about like doing kidlit events. Are you out there doing school events? Are you out there doing sort of show and tell type stuff?
Yeah. So I am doing school events. Um, but yeah, like I think last year I was a little bit more active in terms of like other events. Um, but this year, yeah, I've just been doing school events.
What about are you when you say other events, meaning like festivals and things of the sort?
Yeah, yeah, book festivals and things like that.
The are you going to ALA by any chance?
Oh no. Are you?
I am this. I haven't gone in like 3 years, maybe 4 years, and I am going this year.
Ah,
Gotta I gotta actually make some new postcards and things to bring with me just to have, so if anybody asks, I have them ready. But it's been a while since I've been. Last time I went, it was in Philly, and so it'll be fun to get out there. But it's in Chicago this time. But have you been before?
no, I haven't been to ALA before.
It's a little bit more conferencey, or
Mm-hmm.
uh, like it feels more like it's. I mean, it's for the librarians. It's not like an SCBWI event of some sort.
Right.
Um, but it's still a fun uh, a fun environment, and there's a lot of folks that show up. So I'm excited because I arrive in early, stupid early.
Mm-hmm.
My flight is out of Boston at 7 in the morning, which is like dumb. But I get in so early that I almost have the whole Friday to putz around and meet up with people. And so there's a lot of folks that are in Chicago that I get to go see, and so I got to set all that up. What kind of were you doing previously?
Sorry?
So what kind of festivals were you doing previously?
Oh, last year I was at a couple. I was at Chappaqua,
Oh yeah,
yeah, Hudson. I was at I did Kid. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna butcher this. Kidlit Palazzo,
Palooza.
Palooza.
There you,
Yes,
there you go. Yep.
thank you. Like I said, my brain is broken right now. Um, and oh gosh, and I was at a couple other ones. Oh,
Is that
Morristown,
your
and
publisher sent you to, or is that something that was sort of a separate arrangement?
oh, my publisher sent me to those.
Yeah, gotcha.
Hmm.
I've done I haven't done any where publisher has sent. Oftentimes, part of the challenge is I work with sort of independent publishers, so they don't always have big cash flow
Hmm.
stuff. But the a lot of the events are like now school events or um, like individual or kind of things. Do you enjoy doing that side of it?
The events.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's nice to be able to interact with my readers. Um, yeah, so I think it's nice. Yeah, and then also just like meeting other authors and everything, like etc. Um, yeah.
And then have you had any fun interactions with the kiddos at any of those events? Like any fun questions that threw you for a loop of any sort?
Oh my gosh, yeah, I feel like I get a couple of those. Um, gosh, I wish I could remember, but I remember like some of the questions were very like it threw me out there. Gosh, what was it? Okay, I don't remember at the moment, but yeah, the kids are very creative. Yeah, they're very, very creative.
That's a way to say it. Sure.
Yeah, and also like they give a lot of suggestions on what I could do for like a sequel and
Oh
stuff.
yeah. I
Right.
I
Hmm.
did a school event on what was it? Monday, where it was a big long day. All the grades came in, etc. And of course, I do some sort of like little drawing um, with the kids, and a lot of times it's like, let's make a monster kind of thing, so
Hmm.
they can participate and suggest things. Uh,
Right.
so I drew this monster, and then of course afterwards, these two little girls came up, and they're like, "You should do a book about the monster, and then you could dedicate it to us."
Oh my.
I was like, "Yeah, maybe someday."
Yeah.
This other kid comes up and is like, "Have you ever done a book about a kangaroo? You should do a book about a kangaroo because I like kangaroos." And it's sure again, like all interested in what they. But the cutest thing happened, and I fielded it, I think, the right way. There was a little girl who said, "I wrote a book about." It was something about a teddy bear.
Mhm.
I don't remember exactly what the synopsis was, and she's like, "Could you illustrate that for me?"
Oh,
I was like, "I could, but I'm not gonna."
you're right.
She looked really disappointed. And I was like,
Oh.
"There's a reason why I'm not gonna." And I said, "It's because you should illustrate it."
Ah.
Smile on her face when I said that.
Oh.
Like
That's
she
the best
realized,
answer.
yeah, she didn't realize that. Oh, wait a second. I was like, if you took time and patience and really tried to practice and take your story, I bet you could be up here one day and you could be drawing in front of kids and you
Oh.
doing this. And all of a sudden you could see that she was like, oh, that means something. That's not just that he doesn't want to illustrate my thing. It's that
Right.
he wants me to illustrate it. And I was like, oh, that was a really special moment.
Yeah.
And she was like, she had been raising her hand since the start of the thing.
Right.
Please, please, please pick me.
Oh.
But and then I told her afterwards that I think her story sucked and that
Oh my gosh.
really awful.
Crushing all the
Yeah,
dreams.
but you're never going to go anywhere with a kid it was be a real waste of time. But no, she was a cute little kid.
Mm.
When you the events that you do, like school events, etc. Do they have you done like huge events, or is it oftentimes like smaller collections of kids? Because it makes in my mind, it makes such a huge difference, the scale
Right.
of what you're doing.
I think the biggest school thing I've done was with the publishing house last year for Seuss Day,
Mm.
and that they had multiple schools channeling in at once.
Oh, okay. Was it
Yeah.
Zoom
It was
event?
online.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah. But I haven't done like a one that was like big in person.
That's the real trick in my mind is the like, it's one thing to have like 100 kids in front of you, but when you have like 300 kids, it can be a little much.
Right.
I think next week I got to do another one that's like 90 kids.
Mm.
And like it's not horrible at that range, but it definitely the numbers do make a difference.
Right.
How you tune in. The one that I have to do next week is a middle school, which I've never done a middle school before. But they're
Oh
fifth,
wow. Fifth
which does,
graders?
yeah.
Oh,
Like
it's so strange to me how fifth grade is middle school now.
is
It,
it a lot of schools?
I thought middle school start from it used to start from sixth grade, right?
Yeah, that's what it is by us. I've never heard of a fifth grade in the middle school. That's what caught me off guard. But they're
Yeah, I think did they change? Is that changed for everywhere or is that just
I don't
because
know.
I know here around this town, yeah, around here they they pushed from what I know they pushed the fifth graders up to middle school.
Well, they did a thing like when I was in school back in the day, right before I got to middle school. It used to be called junior high.
Mm.
As I think it was like elementary was K through 5, and then or maybe it was K through 4, and then middle school was like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, something like that, and then high school was sophomore, junior, and senior. It was a weird like I don't
Oh, yeah, that is a little strange.
how it worked out, but it was something along that lines, and I think it was just eventually it changed so it wasn't that same sort of variable, but uh, it was that was what I always read as the difference between junior high and high school, and it feels like they've gone back to that a little bit with this like fifth graders in middle school.
Mm.
Seems a little strange to me, but you know what? Who am I to complain? I'm not in charge of it. Those kids can survive. Um, were you uh, so you came over when you were 6 or 7, so that was like you said first grade you started.
Yeah, I went straight into first grade.
Okay. Okay, and then that was in New Jersey.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. I was just thinking about sort of the level of like, uh, did you go through the awkward years? I'm assuming you had awkward years.
Oh yeah. Everyone has awkward years, right? Or is that
Me, I was cool. It was a
Oh, the whole
all the way
time?
through. Oh,
Dang.
I didn't. My voice never cracked. I was just all the cool kids were asking me how I do it every day. No, it's one of those things where like thinking about the age that you came over, all of a sudden it made me think like, oh wait, I couldn't remember what it was. And I was like, did you have to go? Because I imagine immigrating to the US, especially at that age, like middle school has got to be like a nightmare. Because you already feel out of place to begin with at that range. And then all of a sudden you're thrown in with a bunch of people who are, getting acne and all that fun stuff that goes along with middle school. My son is in 7th grade, and it's got middle school vibes right now. I'll tell you that much. He's upstairs asleep, so he doesn't hear what I'm saying. Yeah.
Hopefully, yeah.
He's got middle school vibes. Uh, whatever that is that you envision at that point. It's some of that. Uh, I'm sorry. Did you said your sibling was a brother?
Yeah.
Is he a artist of any sort?
No, not at all. He's very different from me. He's a coder. He's a
Oh,
software engineer.
gross.
It's like literally like the opposite from what we do.
He doesn't get to sit around and draw animals with shoes for a living. He doesn't get to.
Yeah, exactly.
I bet you he doesn't even like skunks to stink. He's probably so out there, so different that he doesn't even understand and appreciate the smell of a skunk. I think I'm getting close to being done with this thing, which is going to
Oh,
be, yeah. I know it's taken a while.
oh wow.
We're getting, I don't know if it, I have to do some color tweaks, I think. I'm not, I made the black line on the a rope bridge or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like the black line's a little, but I don't know as I have the patience to go back over it with a lighter color at this point. I should make it the pink of their noses probably, but that's just like, well, maybe I can do it. What time is it? We got 20 minutes. I can do it.
Nice.
I can manage. Yeah. It just means I got
Wow.
to brush out.
What paper are you using?
I'm using, what is this? This is Crescent brand. Well, you mean the surface?
Oh, well, this is no, like for the textures.
Oh, the texture. This is just tracing paper.
Oh, and then just painting on the texture.
Yeah, so I use acrylic wash or I buy Liquitex professional grade heavy body
Mm-hmm.
white and black just because
Yeah.
it's cheaper and it's still acrylic, so it mixes okay with acrylic wash. But I use either I'm using a lot of Holbein recently, but I also have Liquitex acrylic wash and
Mm.
paint that on trace. So the Eric Carle used to use tissue paper.
Yeah,
But
mm-hmm.
I have a problem with tissue paper because one, it's more translucent, which is lovely, but
Right.
when it gets wet,
Yeah.
it falls apart.
Oh, yeah.
And so tracing has a little bit more hardiness.
Right.
And so I just paint swatches. So like tonight I painted, I think 5 or 6, pieces, and I end up with these colors to play with.
Right.
I mix and match and put some of the stuff in.
It's lovely. The palette's like lemonade.
Yeah, I'm trying to get that like candy
Mm.
vibe to it. And I just realized there was a color that was in here that I lost a little bit. So I'm going to come back in and put it in because I think it adds a little something to it to get a little pop of this. What is this? This is called Pale Mint. Pale Mint in there. But yeah, no, this is that's the problem if I have too many colors at this point to pick through. And so I'll try to get some of these colors in, but I sometimes forget and miss or don't pay attention and lose track of what colors are being used as I'm going. So with the what is it, acrylic basics,
Mm-hmm.
do you use that in general because you like the acrylic basics, or is it because of, like, I know that's a little bit of a cheaper side of paint in the sense of like pigment to binder ratio is maybe a little bit different on that, but is it a pigment thing? Is it a price thing? Where does that sort of fall?
I think it's just because I was just used to using them like back in when I was like in school and and yeah, I think that it just kind of carried on from there. And then I just added more shades and things like that. I mean, I think it's like whatever works, right? That kind of
Yeah.
thing. And so, yeah, I mean, it's like
it's nice that it's cheaper too, but I don't think that's like my reason why for picking the thing. Um, the brand and all of that. But I could definitely, I've been experimenting with more like other paints as well. So I
There's a
think once. Mm-hmm.
there's a brand. I want to say it's not Da Vinci. I want to say it's like um oh, what is it? It's another one that's a similar to. Oh, you know what? I think I might have it in a different type of paint here. Let me see if I can find it. That I think is akin to basics.
Mm-hmm.
But it is the one that we recommend students use at school. Oh no. Oh yeah. Here it is. Amsterdam acrylics. I have
Ah.
a little sample bottle here, and they come in
Uh-huh.
small or big, but they have some really interesting colors
Yeah.
in the mix, and you can get them. You can get them around. They're not in every art store of any sort, but if you like basics, it may be a way to add like some other colors into the mix.
Right.
I'm and they're pretty consistent with the basics. If you like basics, it would be in that same sort of ballpark. And they're also relatively cheap. That's one of the reasons why we recommend them to students. Is they're, I don't know if it says whether like student grade or just a standard series.
Right.
It's a Royal Talons brand, I guess,
Mm.
out of Netherlands. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that's Amsterdam. Yeah, that makes sense now. But it's a lovely alternative if you have it. I mean, you have art stores that are fab art stores near you with New York. I'm sure you can get in and get like all sorts of fun materials at the drop of a hat. Um, is there thinking about art supplies, are there supplies that or art materials that you've wanted to try that you just never have had the chance to?
Um. Well, I bought a lot of different types of paints too. Like, I mean, I've bought gouache and acrylic gouache and different watercolors and all of that. And I definitely want to. I think like I hope that when I get a hang of them, I would like to incorporate them into my work as well, like in my books.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, like I think I'm still kind of like playing around with some different ones. Like I also have these Posca markers that I haven't really
Mm.
with. Yeah.
You just mentioned that, and now I'm just thinking, man, I should have done this rope with Posca marker because it would have been.
Oh, do you have?
I do have Posca markers here, but I don't know if they're going to be as bright as the color that I have here because I have opera pink that I'm running with. And it's like, it's not quite the right pink.
Mm,
Or no, I'm not using opera pink. I'm just using pink. If it was the right color, that would be the way to do these lines because I wouldn't have to.
right. It would have been right.
Have you used the Posca markers at this point?
No, I haven't. I haven't got to. I just have them like here, but I haven't got to. Yeah, they just have like a whole thing here. I haven't played with it yet.
They are fun to play with. The only downside that I have found with them is there's like 5 different tips, and depending on which Posca you get a different effect. So there's ones that are like fine point, there's ones that are bullet, ones that are round tips. It's like it really just depends on the type of brush that you. And there's even a brush version. I don't know if you've ever seen. Let me see if I can find one here.
Oh, I didn't know. Yeah, I didn't
It,
know they had brush versions.
I don't know. I'm trying to remember what color it is that I have. I know I have a blue one that does it, but maybe I don't have it here. But it's essentially a different type of tip that is a brush tip, and you can push a button on the back, and it allows the flow of pigment down to the brush.
Mm.
I thought it was no, that's just a fine point one. I know I have them somewhere, but I'm not seeing them here. But they are especially if you get the color that you want, it can make your life really really easy.
Right.
Long term to use them, but it's a matter of like every time that I use them, I go through them quite fast, and I need to sort of slow down on the usage. of the Poscas because I blast through markers left and right because of it. But for detail work, it is handy. I will tell you that much. Instead of having to get out this little tiny brush and do all this little tiny detail on this rope, it would be a whole lot easier if I had a Posca marker the right color.
Right.
All right, I think once I get this done, I can wrap for the night.
Yay.
And I don't think I'm going to wrap, so don't get any wise. I'm not going to throw down some bars to embarrass you all with my flow of any sort. What kind of music do you listen to? That kind
I listen. I mean, with music too, I have a pretty wide range. I listen to pop, um, some Korean music, like R&B, jazz. Mm, yeah, like it's pretty wide. I mean, the only like genre I don't listen to is like screamo and like really heavy things like that. But
I forgot about screamo.
what do you usually listen to?
Screamo.
Oh,
No, I listen to the way that I put it is I listen to anything that's good. And so
mm,
if it's a good version of stuff, like if it's good rap or like,
yes,
critically acclaimed kind of stuff,
right.
great. If it's opera and it's known as a good opera, I will listen to it. But for the most part, I listen to a lot of like 90s post-punk, indie. I've gotten into sort of indie folk, but not, well, I shouldn't even say that. Sort of alt country a little bit. Um, there's some bands that like I think can do no wrong, and I will listen to them. But we have Spotify running almost all the time in our house. Some
Mm.
using it almost at all times, and we share the account. Don't tell Spotify. Uh, they don't care. It's a single account, but it means that like,
Yeah, I think we
yeah,
all do that.
I'm out of luck. But no, it's I used to go to tons of concerts and stuff back in the day when I was younger, and now I'm old and withered, and I can't do that
You
anymore.
are not old.
Wait, how old do you think I am?
Um, I'm gonna guess 40, 40. Wait, okay. Well, your son is in middle school.
Mm-hmm.
45, 43,
No, keep going up.
48.
I am 48 right now. Yes.
Oh, 48. Wow. How did I get? Oh, I kind of got it on the third time. The
Yeah,
third
you
was the
got it
charm.
pretty quick. Uh,
Yeah.
but I'm old. I'm old enough that the other day I thought about it. And I was like, in 10 years, I'm going to be 60, basically. You
Oh
know, not
gosh.
really. I'll be 58, but still,
Yeah.
idea of like, to me, 60 is like grandparent age. Like that's when grandparents are, or first grandparents, that kind of thing. Like that's an age where people can be grandparents.
Right.
Will be in 10 years. I will be at that stage. So that's why I say I'm old. I got gray hair. I got I wear my pants way too high. No, I don't. But I get grumpy. I'm curmudgeonly now. Wait, what was the word that I
Wait.
used?
Yeah. What was the word?
Uh, some umptuous. No,
Cur-
curmudgeonless.
Is that? It sounds different.
Yeah, that's. I don't think that's it. But it was something akin to that. That sounds like incredulous, but that's not what it was. Shoot, I'm glad that you're thinking the same thing. Like immediately, you're like, "What was that word?"
Yeah.
Uh,
What was that?
cr- crud.
Cor. Okay, it's a good thing it was recorded. Now we
Yeah, we can
know
go back.
it exists somewhere.
We can go back and listen to it somewhere. There's people that are listening right now going like, "Oh my God, they're going into that word again, whatever that
Yeah.
is." Um, because it sounded cool. I like the word. Um, my wife wrote it down. She should have written it down. If she's listening upstairs, I need her to chime in and say, "This is the word." Um, and she's probably asleep on the sofa right now because um, she's a trooper and records all the notes that she can for these.
Wow.
Been doing it for oh God, when did we do this? It's been 4 years. Every
Wow.
4 years she has to listen to me talk, and then when I'm done, she has to listen to me talk.
It just never ends.
No, no, she has to put up with this nonsense. This, uh, but she loves me. I think. We'll find out later when we find out whether she fell asleep during this or not. Okay, I think I got my pink rope in there, which I think helps a little bit. It's a little less jarring.
Oh yeah.
And so I'm a little more okay with that. I'm gonna put in these weird little pops to these trees, and then I think I'll be done. There's only so much I can do before my back gives way of some sort. How's I've been looking up and seeing you sketching periodically, but did you get good sketches out of the night? Did you
Yeah.
follow?
I
Did
mean,
you
no,
follow?
I didn't. No, I did not end up following the prompts.
What's you didn't do any of them, or just you
I
didn't?
mean, I ended up just doing the animals that I listed out,
Okay,
and
still,
then
I think that's fair game.
yeah, it's just more. It's very random.
That's a-okay in my book. You don't have to be perfect. You have to you need to do what was fun and exciting for you on a night like tonight while we sit and chat about skunks.
Yeah.
Now, here's the question. We've been talking for almost 4 hours.
Wow.
We don't have to
Wow.
say that. Jeez. No.
No. Like, wow. I'm surprised that it's been 4 hours.
Okay. Do you feel comfortable talking and working at this point?
Yeah, it's better.
Yeah.
It's
Did you
definitely better.
like when you were in school? Did you work and talk with people while you were working?
Not really. I mean, we did because there was I mean, we would share studio spaces and like I would
Yeah.
have roommates and stuff. But we would when we're like in doing like in the zone and doing our thing, we don't really,
Ah.
we yeah. It's not
Well,
like I was able to like simultaneously like paint and talk at the same time. I would get kind of quiet and then be like, "Oh, sorry, could you repeat that kind of thing?"
yeah.
Um, but yeah.
I think it harkens back to that era of like studio or like working in an apartment at the kitchen table while other people are around. You're just talking nonsense,
Right.
and so it's sort of in that vein to me. Um, okay, I think that may be it. I need to do a couple little cleanups with glue, and then I think I am done for the.
Wow.
Gonna be right on time. It's 11:57, which means that it is literally going to turn off in 3 minutes. So let me do this. What
Hmm.
I'm try to get this a little bit clean here, and then I'm going to turn the camera back to myself and get it on this old stinky face. There,
Oh,
my old little skunk loving schnoz. Uh,
are you
well,
switching to faces?
yeah, if you want to, you don't have to. I
Oh.
did. If you show the wear and tear of the night on your face, you don't have to switch back to your face. Um, so I will thank you so much. Oh, there's my. Wait, Lauren, what was the word? There was a word that we said over and over that or at least I liked, the decrepitude.
Oh,
That's what it was.
decrepitude. Yes.
Decrepitude.
Now
Um,
I'm gonna use that.
anyways, this has been a lovely night. I've really enjoyed chatting with you. Is there anything you want to, before people tune out, that you would like to promote? Is there a book coming out at some point that people need to know about, pre-order, all that kind of stuff?
Not yet, but I should have a book coming out next year, so please
Okay.
stay in tune. Yeah.
Can you name the book?
It's there's
Oh,
not yet. Yeah.
okay. Okay. I was trying to think of like what's the most opposite book that you could name that would be in there. It's like War and Peace. Really, peace. So this has been lovely. I have thoroughly enjoyed it. If you end up posting any of these sketches, hashtag me or at me on it, and I will tag you when I post this. And this has been lovely.
Yes, no, same. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Okay. Go get some sleep and don't watch out for ghosts as you walk to your bedroom.
Oh gosh, yeah, I'll run up the stairs.
Okay. Otherwise, have a lovely evening and I'll be in touch.
You too. Good night.
All right. Good night. Real quick, folks, before it cuts me off, next week, Lan Cham, who did, here we go. There we go. Zombie and Brain are friends, as well as, I'm trying to read these backwards, Somewhere in Between, and Mau Mau's Perfectly Imperfect Day. Next week on, I believe, Wednesday at 3. I believe it's Wednesday at 3. It's at an earlier time. So just tune in for that. Otherwise, bye, everybody.